video on? Oh, okay. I must have turned it. Yep. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Kincardine. It's 9 a.m. on Friday, December 18th, 2020. We're meeting electronically in the council chambers at the Municipal Administration Center. The special meeting was called to discuss the 2021 budget. So for roll call, Deputy Mayor Ropel.
Present.
He's here in the MAC. Councillor Couture.
Present.
Councillor Kyler.
Didn't see him on the screen.
Okay. Councillor Glover.
Present.
Councillor Haight.
Here.
Councillor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor Stewart.
Here, I'll send Dave a note too.
Oh, he's here now. Okay, Dave.
Great.
Okay. And for staff, Sharon Chambers, our CAO.
Present.
Jen Laurie, our clerk.
Present.
Roxana Bauman, our treasurer, director of finance.
Present.
Michelle Barr, director of building and planning.
Present.
Karen Kiefer, director of parks and recreation.
Present.
Adam Weiser, director of public works.
Present.
Kevin McNeely, our fire chief.
I'm present.
And we have Shelby Clancy with us today as well. Okay. Oops. Does anybody have a disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? So number 3, we'll go to the business for which the special meeting is called. So we'll move into committee of the whole.
So that's moved by Laura Haight, seconded by Doug Kennedy, that council move into committee of the whole and upon completion return to council.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Okay. So I'll call this committee of the whole meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Kincardine to order. And it's 9:02 and we're here in the council chambers, some of us and others meeting electronically. Does anybody have a disclosure of pecuniary interest on this agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to number 3, the business for which the special meeting is called. And it's 3.1, the budget report. I just wanted to say our staff has worked hard. This is our first budget meeting. I think we need to listen to all their presentations first. But maybe after each one, if it's okay with Roxana, you can ask questions for clarifications. We usually leave any decisions until the next meeting because it is lengthy enough hearing all the presentations and asking questions for clarification. Except I think we also have added to this agenda a presentation from Saugeen Valley, and it's concerning budget as well, and also a closed session item. So we might, those might be 2 exceptions where we have to discuss and make a decision. I'm not sure at this time. So I'll turn it over to Roxana for our draft budget presentation.
Okay. So today we will be presenting Council the draft 2021 operating and capital budget. Included in your budget package is the 2021 budget report, which contains additional supplementary information that we will not necessarily be discussing in as much detail in the PowerPoint presentation. It also includes an operating budget summary, a capital budget listing for the 2021 projects, a 5-year capital forecast, the reserve and reserve fund listing, an operating budget variance reconciliation, and what has been added to the agenda is also additional positions that have been requested, one of them which requires pre-budget approval for the customer service representatives for the recreation department, and that'll be discussed in further detail. So councillors would have also had an opportunity to review the budgets in detail with the department heads for their respective policy chair areas as well prior to this budget meeting. So today I will present the budget overview and highlights, and department managers will present their budgets for the year. And if there are any questions for clarification, please feel free to ask during the presentation.
I ask a quick question as to when Jennifer is slotted to speak to us?
It's just a minute. I'll get my agenda here.
Sorry, I didn't read you.
Yes. Oh, okay. So it's in committee of the whole or back to council? Okay, I just don't have that agenda here right now.
Okay,
Yeah, here it is. Business for, yeah, the budget report is 3.1 and 3.2 is Saugeen Valley Conservation.
thank you.
Okay, so the 2021 draft operating budget has been prepared using current service levels and existing staff complement, so there's been no increase or reduction to operations or programs. Every effort has been made to keep the tax rate impact minimal, and therefore there is a one-time transfer from the Tax Mitigation Reserve Fund, which we'll discuss later, as well as the utilization of the Phase 1 Safe Restart funding that was provided by the government for 2020 COVID implications. However, any unused COVID grant funding in 2020 can be carried forward. So we are making the assumption that we are carrying forward around $100,000 under this initial Phase 1 Safe Restart funding. And actually, just to provide council with an update, 2 days ago, the government announced a Phase 2 of the Safe Restart funding, and the municipality of Kincardine has been allotted $75,000 for 2021 operating budget purposes. And this has also not been reflected in the budget at this time. Okay, and as you all know, there will be no impact to the BET rates for PIL revenue retained, so we no longer have that concern, and that's no longer impacting our budget for 2021. User fee revenue has been adjusted to take into account the 2021 consolidated rates and fees bylaw that has been approved. The draft budget continues to allocate tax-supported funds towards future capital, and overall, the draft budget that you see today includes a tax rate increase of 3.8%, inclusive of assessment growth. So some of the assumptions that we've made as usual are that the water and wastewater are operated on a full cost recovery model funded by user fees, so that is not impacted by the taxes. The chief building official operating budget is also assumed to be self-sustaining, so any surplus and deficit will be funded from the obligatory building permit reserve fund. Contributions to fund capital infrastructure will increase by $480,000. So this is the annual 3% tax rate increase that we add into the Life Cycle Reserve Fund. So the total contribution to the Life Cycle Reserve Fund in this budget is $3.81 million, which is up from $3.33 million in 2020. The $500,000 Bruce Telecom dividend has also been allocated to fund capital projects. It is not included in the operating budget. As well as I mentioned, the COVID-19 costs. There's costs that we've budgeted for that are directly related to COVID-19 within the 2021 budget, and those are estimated to be $106,000. So our plan is to use the remaining Phase 1 Safe Restart grant funds received to allocate to the 2021 budget. The amount that is reflected in the operating budget is $385,000 that we're going to be withdrawing from the Tax Mitigation Reserve Fund. The thinking was that in order to keep the tax rate low or as low as possible for 2021, what better time to use this tax mitigation fund than in the upcoming year. So we would be essentially depleting that reserve fund and withdrawing almost the entire amount. And also the education and county tax rates are not yet final, so we haven't included any of those in the discussion for today. So this is just a general overview of where our municipal tax dollars are utilized. So 25 cents out of every dollar is used for roads and transportation. This would include road maintenance, snow removal, fleet maintenance, bridges and culvert repairs, storm sewers, and drainage. The second largest portion is spent on capital infrastructure, and that's 22 cents, followed by fire and protection services of 16 cents, and that would include policing costs as well as bylaw enforcement. Recreation and culture amounts to 14 cents and includes recreational programming and parks, trails, arts, culture and heritage, community investment grants and recreational facilities. And then you have general government costs of 12 cents, which would include council, treasury, the clerk's department, IT, human resources, and legal. So in order to balance the budget, our revenues need to offset our costs. And so the total revenues for 2021 from all sources that has to be generated in order to balance the budget amounts to 32.5 million. So of the 32.5 million in operating expenses, the actual operating expenses amount to 24.5 million if you exclude reserve fund transfers. And compared to in 2020, it's 24.07 million. So that represents an increase of 438,000 or 1.8%. So the chart illustrates the different sources of revenue for the municipality. Property taxes represents the most significant source of revenue at 60%, and then water and sewer charges account for 16%, followed by other income of 10%. So the budget presentation will review the main factors that are contributing to the changes from the prior year's budget. So this is just a reminder that when the municipality bills its property taxes, we retain 57% to pay for the services provided directly by the municipality, with 31% going to the county and 12% allocated to school boards. So based on the 2021 tax bill that we estimate, that would be about $2,043 that would be retained by the municipality, with out of a total tax bill of $3,560, and that's for the average residential property assessed at $275,000. So this graph I have updated every year for the last, I guess, 7 years or so. And it represents the total municipal residential taxes raised for every $100,000 in assessment based on 2020 data. So this is not 2021 data, it's 2020 information. So when we first started this graph years ago, Kincardine would have been near the bottom of this, being on the low end of the tax rate. And now you could see we're more in the middle, closer to the higher end. So the average is $656 per every $100,000 in assessment. The median is $673, and we are sitting at $716. The next chart here shows property tax revenue by tax class. As you can see, the residential and multi-residential amounts to $11.8 million, and that's 61.4%, and followed by commercial of 12.6% and industrial by 7.6%, and then farm and managed forest is 6.2%. And also included in there is the education tax PIL, so that you could see just how much we raise out of total taxes for that. So I just wanted to show council this slide because, as you know, MPAC has advised that they will not be performing their assessments for the 2021 tax year, and the property assessments will be based on the fully phased in January 1st, 2016 values. So therefore, the assessment increase in 2021 will be limited to new assessment only, which means there is no value and equity changes that will be reflected in the 2021 budget. So the impact overall, I've tried to show that in this chart. So as you can see, if you average out the last 3 years, our value equity changes would have brought in $228,000. So what that means is if the tax rate had been left at 0% of an increase, we would have brought in additional tax revenue of $228,000 on average. So that is no longer the case for 2021 because of the fact that all of the assessment values are frozen. Those value equity changes are not being realized. So we only have the in-year growth portion. So for 2021, If you were to leave the tax rate the same at 0% of an increase, we would bring in an additional $176,000 in tax revenue. So I think this slide is important just to show that there will be more pressure on the tax rate this year, even though necessarily that does not mean that the tax bill will be any different for the homeowner. It just means that the rate itself will have to be increased higher to offset that. So for purposes of the 2021 operating budget, a 1% tax rate increase for the municipality will bring in $163,000 in additional tax revenue. And what that means for the average residential property is a $20 per year increase. So this slide just summarizes some of the favorable budget impacts that have been included in the budget for 2021. So we have a decrease in policing costs of $67,000. So that's 0.4%. We have decreased the fuel, oil, and diesel estimates by around $100,000 just to better reflect actuals. And we feel that this is a more appropriate number to use in 2021, as well as a decrease in propane and hydro estimates of $115,000. I just want to make a note that for natural gas, that staff have reviewed the energy consumption data for municipal facilities, and they've performed a cost-benefit analysis to identify which facilities should be converted to natural gas in 2021. And so you'll see in the capital budget that it includes the Davidson Center, the Kincardine and Tiverton fire halls, a portion of the medical clinic, and the locum houses. And this conversion will happen in phases, not only with the buildings themselves, but also with some of the equipment, depending on age and condition. So as an example, if you need a new HVAC in one building or several of them, you won't necessarily replace them all. You'll replace them as they age to make it more favorable for us. So the estimated annual energy cost savings alone for the Davidson Center are projected to be $41,000 in annual savings by converting it to natural gas. As well, the budget reflects an increase in projected bag tag revenues of $48,000. And the favorable budget impact that I already mentioned was the exemption from the BET rates for the PIL properties, but I've already touched on that. Some of the unfavorable budget impacts include a reduction in user participation in recreation programs and facilities due to COVID-19. So the impact on the budget for the recreation programs are an increase in the deficit to operate those programs of about $230,000. So that'll be discussed in further detail in the recreation budget, but essentially an estimate of 25% was used as a reduction in user participation, and as a result, the user fees have decreased, and the impact of that is an additional $230,000 on the budget. As well, there has been an increase in salaries, benefits costs, and employment contributions for CPP and EI, EHT, and WSIB, totaling $360,000. A reduction in rent revenue from loss of tenants at municipal facilities, including the MAC and Underwood, and that totals $49,000. There's also an increase in estimated insurance costs of $25,000. This is just an estimate. We don't know for sure at this time, but we have been hearing that insurance premiums have been increasing, and therefore we have factored that into the budget. There's also a community improvement plan that is included in the budget for $50,000, as well as $40,000 for emergency Lakeshore Road repairs of $40,000 and recruitment costs of $40,000. And these will be also discussed in further detail as we go through the departmental budgets, which are coming up next, and starting with Council and CAO. So I will turn it over to Sharon Chambers.
Thank you, Roxana. Good morning, everyone. So I'll start with the council.
I thought we were, excuse me, Sharon, I thought we were going to have discussion after each presentation.
Roxana, were you going to take questions prior to starting the budget? The departmental budget?
If there were questions for clarification purposes, we could address them, yeah.
Yeah, so Bill, she did say that each department will go into more detail, so maybe
we'll wait till Roxana does her department. Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be, because last year I remember one of the counselors was saying we didn't ask enough questions, And, this year we need to ask questions. So I just want to make sure we have time allotted to ask the right questions when we get into the details, please. Thank you.
Yes. Well, after each department, I think we'll stop and ask for questions. Roxana was just giving an overview right now. So some of your questions hopefully will be answered in each department presentation, but if not, then we'll take time after each one.
Okay, so if we can move forward with the next slide, please. So for council's goals and objectives, council wants to do some team building and development, assist in the implementation of the corporate and economic development strategic plan. So we did adopt those plans early in 2020, but we did have to delay a number of those initiatives due to the pandemic. Council provides strategic leadership regarding economic development initiatives. They will continue to support the development of natural gas distribution to the municipality, finalize the official plan review, continue the support for the physician recruitment and retention program, and continue to lobby the government for post-secondary training opportunities available locally, and support our residents, businesses, and staff throughout the pandemic, as we have done over the past year as well. Next slide, please. The budget summary. The total variance is 1%, so not a significant change. The main changes here are the physician recruitment budgeted operating revenues and expenses have decreased by about $20,000, and that's due to one less physician incentive payment required in 2021 based on the current agreements that we have. The physician recruitment budget for 2021 does two 20,000 payments for each of the existing physicians, and then two incentive payments of $20,000 each for potential new physicians. The $41,000 for physician recruitment contract remains the same as the existing model, although council did pass a resolution revising the physician recruitment model, but we do anticipate that the financial contribution on behalf of the municipality at this time remains the same, pending some confirmation from Bruce Power as to whether they will continue to assist providing operating funds. As far as expenses, wages and benefits for council of $264,000. We did reduce the training and travel conferences budget slightly by $10,000 due to the COVID-19 and travel restrictions. We have $10,000 there for the Integrity Commissioner, $10,000 for memberships, which includes AMO, CANIC, and the Great Lakes St. Lawrence cities, and $5,000 dedicated to the mayor's budget for meeting expenses or any sort of event that may come up during the year. Just using an example of that, when the Lieutenant Governor came, that we have some money in the budget to host those types of events. So did we want to ask questions about the council budget at this time? Okay, moving forward, the CAO department's goals and objectives. We are going to continue to implement the goals in the corporate and economic development strategic plans, work with the senior leadership team to promote fiscal stability through the development of capital and asset management plans, infrastructure condition assessment, and cost recovery strategies for our growth-related infrastructure. We will continue to support the physician recruitment plan and review the incentive packages. And I think we've committed to really doing a review this year of the entire physician recruitment program in conjunction with the ad hoc committee that council had established. We would build internal capacity to advance internal and external communications, which really has been identified as a need in all of the strategies that we have undertaken in the past year and more. For human resources, our corporate strategic plan did identify a number of human resources focuses, and that is to continue to analyze our organizational effectiveness and move forward our new organizational structure that was developed through the organizational review, so that we can make sure that we're positioned to meet the needs of the growing community. And through that, we want to ensure that we're developing succession plans for staff and focusing on staff development, really looking at all of our job descriptions and making sure that we're setting goals for the staff and departments. We're looking at updating all of our policies and processes for human resources to ensure that we have an effective policy framework and work on some positive workplace culture and employee performance management, so that we can create a really strong culture of employee engagement and strong leaders. Next slide, please. For economic development, we really want to be able to dive into the goals within our economic development strategic plan this year, which include continuing to support the Nuclear Economic Development and Innovation Initiative, working with Bruce Power and Bruce County to locate nuclear supply chain businesses to the municipality. We are going to continue to support that growth-related infrastructure to service our new employment lands at our business parks, and working when we fill our economic development position, really work on attracting developers, including affordable housing, to meet the diverse needs of our community, and also to continue to develop lifestyle and community profile marketing. So really being able to develop lifestyle supports and packages for a diverse demographic coming into our community. Next slide, please. So overall, our budget shows a 9% increase, with operating revenues for the CAO and economic development decreasing by $6,000, and our expenses are budgeted to increase by $60,000. Next slide, please. Under administration, the decrease in the revenues of $21,000 is due to the contribution, the $27,000 contribution to the MIC, which in 2020 was offset by the modernization grant funding. There is a little bit of that funding left of $5,600, and that will be applied against our $27,000 2021 MIC costs. And the operating expenses are overall comparable to 2021 and include $10,000 for digital strategy, process mapping, and communications. So we are continuing to work on our digital transformation strategy. We do expect a report to be brought forward in the near future. However, we have asked for an extension for the modernization funding because our RFP came in at less than we had budgeted and less than our actual funding allotment that we got under the modernization fund. So we're going to use some of those funds to kind of take us to the next phase of our digital transformation strategy, which will be to look at some of our internal processes, to really optimize those processes, and then do a gap analysis to understand how our software solutions work towards improving our digital services that we provide. Under human resources, our HR expenses are higher by $64,000, and that's due to an increase in HR-related legal and professional fees and recruitment expenses. Under health and safety, we are expecting, or we budgeted for that to decrease, and that is because in 2020 we did hire the part-time contract position to address the issues that came out of the health and safety audit. And now we have our human resources manager hired, and health and safety falls under her purview. So that additional contract position is not budgeted for in 2021. The budget also includes $12,000 for joint health and safety training and mental health initiatives. And this is offset by a $15,000 reserve fund contribution from the Workplace Insurance Reserve Fund. Next slide, please. The BIA has recommended no change to the 2021 tax levy of $78,950. In economic development, the budget has increased by $5,000, and that includes the following costs: $50,000 for a new community improvement plan. So this is something we're hearing from our business community that we wanted to see an update to the community improvement plan. It was originally drafted with the assistance of the county planning department, and it is outdated. It really was created in response to being able to make sure we're meeting the Planning Act requirements for the Spruce the Bruce program, which allows us to incentivize businesses. But there is a lot more opportunity there to update our CIP and include things that could provide incentives for people to build affordable housing and attainable housing, and other attraction-related items that could help us in growing our municipality. The Economic Development Strategic Plan also did indicate doing a rural CIP. So I did receive a budget price of $50,000 from MHBC, the same consultant that did our official plan review. However, I do think that I can reduce this amount if we do some of the work internally, and I've engaged the county to see if they could help facilitate as well. So I'm hoping to be able to reduce this amount. The Economic Development Committee is recommending doing some diversity initiatives. And so there's $25,000 in there to update a mural downtown to reflect diversity. And we are looking at partnering with a lot of the other businesses and organizations in town that are undertaking some work around diversity and inclusion, and we want to be able to support that. We have $15,000 for marketing and promotional material, and that includes the Kincardine After Dark program. And we have $11,000 for various software contracts, which includes Bang the Table, that's our community engagement software, and Adobe Photoshop and Hootsuite, which our economic development and tourism staff use. And then we've got $9,000 for the Economic Development Committee to hold various forums. So we're looking at workforce and development forums, a realtor forum, and other workshops and partner events. And I would be happy to, I think that's the end.
Okay, so I see, I'll start with who I can see first of all. So Maureen?
Just a quick one. Remind me again, what is Hootsuite?
I had to ask Kelly the same question last night at our economic development meeting, and it's something that she uses. I think it's associated with the website, and I don't know, maybe Jennifer can describe it a little better as well. There's sort of programs that she uses for marketing and outreach.
I will get the answer from Kelly.
She answered it and it still went over my head last night.
Anyone else for a question for Sharon? Bill?
Actually, Laura's before me. Laura?
Oh, okay. I'm just doing this screen first, and then I'm going to the second screen.
Are you okay with it, Laura?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Good presentation. Thank you very much, Sharon. I think that, you know, my general comment is that I'm seeing it right across the board. I've seen all the budgets and everything, and we're really having a tough time this year that we're seeing that revenues are going down, but expenses are going up. So we're going to have to take a look at some of the expenses. I would like to recommend maybe to the council that we put some things into maybe a maybe bucket, and we can discuss them at the end of everything. But I'd really like to take another look at this 50,000 for a CIP plan. I think that might not be really important for 2021. What I see in your whole department, what I think we really are expecting is that this reorg is going to take an incredible amount of time, and it might take some funds that we don't even have in the budget. And I think it's going to take a lot of energy, and a lot of your time to get that through, and especially after looking at the market study, and we won't get into that right now, but there is some concerns I have. So I would like to put the 50,000 and the 25,000 for new murals into the maybe bucket and take a look at it after we've gone through all the presentations, if you don't mind, and if the council agrees with it.
Okay, Bill, so we'll see how long it takes to get through the presentations. You're fine to, mention these things right now, and that's fine. They can be in a maybe bucket, but in usually we make the major decisions at the next time, but it's good to have a list. The thing I did want to mention about the CIP is that because our CIP is outdated and others have a more comprehensive CIP, I noticed when the county was giving out, I can't remember which grant it was, because we didn't have a proper CIP in the rural area, including Tiverton, I think, and Sharon can correct me. We had to kind of work around it to get a grant for Tiverton businesses. So those are the types of things that we'll have to consider, when we talk about CIP. But that's thanks to county staff and our own staff for kind of working around it, but it was relatively easy for other lower tiers that have updated CIPs and in rural areas to include the villages.
I just need a correction, Mary Edie. We said we weren't going to discuss it, and then all of a sudden you're discussing it. So
no,
I'm a little bit confused. Let's put it in the maybe. At that time, if it comes forward, then that's when we'll discuss it. Please.
Well, I just
save our time.
I just want to ask Sharon if I've got the right details. That's what I was leading to.
Yes, so the goal was to sort of expand the CIP area and ensure that we're, being equitable in the incentives that are provided for our businesses. I can certainly report back, and as I indicated, I do think this is an area where we can certainly reduce the cost of that work and perhaps take some on internally. So,
okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thanks. And Laura, you're next.
Sharon, with respect to the murals, I note it's under economic development, but the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Committee had budgeted this year for murals, and it got delayed due to COVID. Is there A, more murals, and B, is this money suggested to be carried over, or is this a new mural initiative?
It's a new mural initiative that was brought forward by the CEDC, and I do believe that the other mural that you were talking about through ACH is in Kelly's area.
Okay, so just wanted to
clarify that when we get to that part, but I did check in with Kelly yesterday, and that's what she did say.
So does anybody have more questions for the CAO's department? Okay, I think I've captured everybody, toggling back and forth. So next department then, Roxana?
So for the Treasury goals and objectives for 2021, we're going to continue to work on the implementation of the asset management plan in order to ensure compliance with the Ontario regulation. That includes establishing proposed levels of service for each asset category, finalizing a financial strategy on asset replacement, and final adoption of the asset management plan. So this project has been ongoing for the last year and a bit, and it's still ongoing. There is a lot of work that needs to be done, but we are progressing. We have been a bit behind because of COVID, but we have still been having meetings and moving through things. So I do expect to receive the draft report within the next couple of weeks. As well, we're going to work on finalizing the implementation of FMW budgeting software. So a year or so ago, we implemented FMW to assist with all of our budgeting for the operating and capital budget. In the current 2020 year, we implemented the salary plan module. So that's really helped us a lot. We've been able to eliminate a lot of Excel spreadsheets, and there's a real high risk of error with those spreadsheets. So this has definitely been advantageous for us. And the next phase will be to implement the fund manager module, and that will be to track all of the reserve funds, which again will eliminate a few more Excel spreadsheets, and it will hopefully kind of group everything together and allow us to use one platform for the entire budget process, which will be nice. As well, we will continue the optimization of IT solutions, and a large part of that will be implementing some of the recommendations on the digital strategy review that we've had done. It's still in progress. The report has not been finalized yet, but there are some recommendations coming out of that report, mainly around initially policy and governance. So we'll be working on some of those policies, hopefully going forward. Okay, just a second. So for the budget summary, so as you could see, the revenues are showing an increase of 327,000, and the expenses are showing an increase of 535,000. So this is not, oh, hold on, sorry, that's the wrong slide. So this is not true revenue and expenses, so I just need to explain that. So what you'll see on the revenue side, the 341,000, that's essentially the increase is 385,000 is due to the tax mitigation reserve fund contribution that's coming into the operating budget. And that is offset by the decrease in the OMPF allocation for 2021, which is decreased by 48,000. So that's what you see there. And also along with that is on the expense side, you will see that the expenses are increasing by 496, but that's not actually expenses. That is the reserve fund contribution to the life cycle fund, as well as a couple of other reserve fund transfers as well that we're putting through there. So that's not a true expense. Now, okay, I also want to highlight that consistent with the prior year, the budget includes a transfer of $130,000, and that's towards the repayment of the internal loan for the OPF servicing project. And that amount represents the equivalent of the 2021 municipal property taxes of the MCR building that is located on those lands. With respect to the treasury revenues, it shows a decrease of 14,500. And the expenses are showing an increase of 11,000. So the revenue decrease is primarily due to adjustments that were made for various fee revenue estimates, including arrears notice fees, ownership change fees, and tax reprint fees. And expenses are attributed to wages and benefits of 18,000, and that is offset by a decrease in travel and conferences. For the IT budget, there is an expense increase of 28,000 or 14% over the prior year. There's a whole list of items of what that includes, but in a summary, I can tell you that it's for the replacement of machines that have reached the end of their useful life, and also creating a stock of backup devices to limit user downtime. So we're really focusing on creating a list of computer hardware that needs to be replaced, and maintaining a list of all of those assets and replacing them as required. So that is the majority of the increase that you see there. Did anybody have any questions before I move on to the policing budget?
I guess you said Bill. Good presentation once again. Thank you very much, Roxana. Just a couple of things I want to talk about. Some of the software, are we getting anywhere closer to have automatic payroll? Yeah, I know it's a lot, but I think it's important for us to work on it at least.
Yeah, that's something that's been highlighted as a concern by many people that had provided input into the digital strategy review. And it's something that we know needs to get done. However, it's not something that's a quick fix. I think a lot of small municipalities are struggling with this, and only a few have been able to take on a new payroll system. And initially I was waiting to see what the outcome of those would be so that I could see whether it would be useful for us. It's a project that we originally did take on several years back, but we didn't at the time select the appropriate provider, and as a result of that we had to abort the project. So I'm a little bit sensitive taking on something new again, because sometimes a lot of promises are made about what software can deliver, and unfortunately it didn't meet our needs. So yes, we will definitely be looking into that. However, that would require a significant budget allotment in the capital budget, and that has not been included for 2021. Hopefully, once we get the final report for the digital strategy review, they will be able to provide us with some recommendations on some software that would be appropriate for our size municipality.
That's good to hear. Maybe we can also ask Sharon and her group in the initiative group that maybe they should take a look at payroll for all the 8 or 9 or 10 municipalities that belong to it. Two other questions, if you don't mind. Are we going to talk about long-term borrowing? Not in this session, but are you going to talk about the long-term borrowing we're in the presence of doing?
Yes, when all of the department heads are done presenting their budgets, I'll continue on with my presentation, and that'll be discussed towards the end.
Great. And just one other question. Sorry for taking your time. We talked about central purchasing in your shop. Is that being done right now? Or are we still buying things like this machinery, updated laptops and everything in various departments, or have we centralized that into the Treasury Department yet?
Well, when it comes to computer purchases, that is centralized, and we do have a good source. I believe we use the same provider that the county uses, and we're given a good rate for those purchases. Are you only talking about IT or other purchases as well?
I know we talked about, I think it's important that we start to centralize all the purchasing. I'm just not sure if we're doing that in this budget or not.
No, that is currently not being done. While we do try our best to issue out RFPs for the entire municipality as a whole, it tends to be, each department really taking on the procurement for their own goods. So no, it's a decentralized process currently.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Laura, see your hand.
Roxana, the 8,700 for the cyber risk insurance policy, is that blended into the $25,000 increase that you were suggesting earlier on in your overall, or is that a separate policy just for cyber risk?
Oh no, that's a separate policy. We've already been given that quote, and that's a firm quote that we have for, I think, 18 months. So no, that's we haven't increased that, and we don't need to for 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Just a sec, I want to get to the other screen here. Does anybody else have any questions? Yes, Randy? I think you're still on mute. I can hear you here, Randy, but I don't think they can. Just
I'm
a minute,
sorry,
Randy.
I
can't hear you. Just move this down on your headset. I think it might help. No, move it closer.
It has to do with, it's not his microphone. That's some interference somewhere.
No, I don't think so. There's something. We'll just take a minute.
Don't you have to mute him?
Not usually. I usually do, but I'm waiting to see if he can get on here. I can mute so there's not an echo, but he's not on enough.
That worked.
Hello.
There you are, Randy.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead now.
Yeah, just a suggestion when we're talking about payroll and that. Of course, everybody's aware of the federal government's situation with Phoenix. So if we're going to pick a payroll company, for God's sakes, don't go to Phoenix. So just a thought.
Okay. Anything else for Roxanne at this point? So I don't see anyone. Okay.
Okay, so for the Police Services Board operating budget, so you could see that there's a decrease there in expenses of 66,000 or 3%. So the municipality has a contractual agreement with the OPP for the provision of police services. And for 2021, the total cost per property is $361.38, and that's a decrease of $4.14 or 1.1% over 2020. So with a property count of 6,562 properties, this amounts to a total cost of $2.371 million. There was a 2019 year-end adjustment of $72,000, and that which reduces the total to $2.3 million for 2021. The 2021 operating budget also includes grant revenue and program costs for the Community Safety and Policing Grant, and that program is cost neutral, so there's no overall impact on the tax rate. And the budget also includes $5,000 for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and that is a provincially mandated program, and the municipality is working jointly with the county on this initiative. And that's all I had for the police services budget.
Are there any questions regarding the police services? Okay, Randy?
Yeah, I found this out years ago. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot of people out there that don't realize, and they should be aware, just for being aware of it, that the cost per property for policing in the province of Ontario, to do with the OPPs, that's on every lot in your municipality, regardless, as long as it's a registered lot, regardless if there's a building on it or not. And I know there's a lot of people out there that don't realize this, but I think they should be aware of it, because people many times, and I'm sure we've all had to hear this, have complained about the costs for policing for the municipality of Kincardine, but they have to realize that this formula was set out by the provincial government, not by the municipality and not by the OPP. So just to make people aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Laura?
Just to clarify what Randy had said, it's not that a vacant lot gets a separate bill for $361. It's formula based, is based on lots, but in the end, it will be taxed on assessment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else that I've missed?
Anne, I've had
Yes,
my hand
Maureen.
up. Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
just,
I missed
want-
it.
That's all right. I just want to make a comment. We have given pre-budget approval to that $5,000 for the community safety and policing, so that can't be taken out.
Thank you. Anyone else I've missed? Okay.
Oh, and I have, sorry, one more item to discuss, and that's on the capital budget, and that is the only item that that Treasury has in the capital budget is a $25,000 allotment for the failover server. And hold on one second, just see my notes here on that. Okay, so this server would be located off-site at the Kincardine Fire Hall, and in the event that the main server is offline at the municipal office, having a backup site at the fire hall would eliminate or limit the disruption to critical services. So it allows staff to continue working with having this offsite backup. Backup is currently done by an external contractor, and it requires us to rebuild our servers using their backups. And there's no ability to operate while the main server is down. And from what I've heard, it can take some time to restore things, and it can result in a lot of downtime for staff. So having our own backup server would allow the continuation of services with very minimal downtime. So we've included in the budget $25,000 for this.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Bill?
So I assume, Roxana, that we'll be saving some money because we won't use that outside company for backup anymore?
Well, in theory, yes. However, something that I still need to include in the budget is I was going to put in some funds for a disaster recovery service as well, because one of the main points that was raised in the digital strategy was that we don't have a sufficient disaster recovery and backup plan. So in addition to this, we would be contracting out or issuing an RFP for those services to be provided to us over the cloud as well. I don't want to get too technical because I don't really have all the answers for you right now, but I can tell you that I will have some more information in the January meeting on that.
So we'll have a backup server so we can run, and then a backup cloud for the data, basically.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Roxana.
Okay.
So
And
next, I guess, is the clerk's department.
And can I just, before Jen starts,
Yes.
can we just commit to maybe taking breaks at each hour? And so maybe after clerk's meeting, clerk's presentation, we'd take a break, and then at 11, we'd take another break, please.
Sure. But within 5 minutes or so, we'll let them finish their presentations.
Sure.
5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. First of all, Maureen, your answer to Hootsuite, it's a social media dashboard that basically allows all of our social media to talk. It's a great time saver because you can schedule posts on all the different social media. So please don't ask any follow-up questions or I'll have to ask Kelly again.
No, I just want to know what sort of it related to, and social media is a great answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the clerk's goals, first of all, foster relationship building to support strong sense of community. And this is really done through several committees that we have. We have the Arts, Culture, Heritage Kincardine, the Kincardine Community Fund, and the Accessibility Advisory Committee are all under our wing. There's also ensure awareness and preservation of the municipality's heritage. And this year will be concluding the Heritage Conservation District Plan, which was started in 2020. Expand and nurture our tourism initiatives, and that includes things like winter promotions, that mural, the Arts, Culture, Heritage mural will actually be on Harbor Street near the tennis courts. So those things. We want to continue to review and improve operations with emerging technologies. The biggest thing for us is Laserfiche, which is our records management system. And we're hoping to get more staff on again this year to expand that process. We want to continue to improve the Kincardine Community Fund. And just so everybody knows, we're starting to talk election 2022. That planning process must start now. So the clerk's budget, you can see that there is a 6% increase. And if Roxana moves to the next slide. So in the clerk's department, we have money put aside for the Ontario Job Creation Program. So we applied for and received 2 contract positions, one for a heritage photo collection specialist and one for a cultural mapping and promotion coordinator. These are both for a 42-week period. They are both at no cost to the municipality. We did have to budget an in and out for the expenses that are being paid by the province for this. We did indicate a decrease in the lottery and raffle area by about $3,000. With the various COVID restrictions, there will be a decrease there, we estimate. There is that software increase, and again, that's for Laserfiche. It's $6,000 additional dollars, and that's to get more staff on that program. And the remaining cost increase is basically wages and benefits. We have grants to organizations under our capacity as well. So the total grant allotment for 2021 is $75,000, which is consistent with prior years. So $60,000 of that is community investment grant, $5,000 for the Kincardine Community Fund, and another $5,000 for promotional expenses for them. And $5,000 that we committed to the Bruce County Museum, and that was till 2023. Tourism expenses are budgeted to increase by about 4%, and this is mainly due to where we are located currently out on the highway at our Visitor Information Center. The lease ends in April 2021, so we will be investigating and negotiating a new lease there. The tourism budget also includes, again, advertising and promotional costs, things like the Pipe Band Parade, the Scottish Festival, the Kincardine Music Festival, and the Lighthouse Blues. The grants for those organizations are included there. And there are grants for other committee budgets as well. The thing that the clerk's department for capital will be working on is updates to the council chambers. And I think that we have all seen over this last year how the deficiencies in our council chamber have really affected our meetings. What this money is meant to do is to do a revamp of the council chambers to ensure that we are able to host hybrid meetings so that some of you could be here, all of you could be here, consultants could come in via Zoom, or even particular members, when they're not here, could come in that way. And with our current technology, that's just not possible. So this will include upgrades to the microphones, to the cameras, to the sound system, to networking capabilities, and even some electrical in the room to allow for all of that to happen. So we're hoping that that can get approved and that we can start moving forward on that as quickly as possible. And that's it for the clerk's department, unless people have questions.
I have a quick one.
Okay, we'll start with Maureen and then Bill. That's who I see so far, and then I'll switch.
Oh my gosh, forgot my question. Bill, you go.
Okay, Bill.
Senior moment. Understandable. I see that we have another mural, but this one's really for a heritage mural, where the other ones were for a diversity mural. I think I understand the difference. The one thing I wanted to understand, we give grants to festivals for 9,000 and 3,000 each. Did we not do that in 2020 and they didn't do anything? So why are we giving it in 2021? Because didn't we give them $9,000 this year?
So this has been an ongoing process. Council committed to it a few years back, and so they had committed to giving $3,000 to each of these organizations each year. So that is something that we simply budget for, but again, it's up to council's discretion what they choose to do there.
I just wanted to ask the question because, you know, if we gave it to them in 2020, they didn't use it, and I assume we did give it to them, Jennifer, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
So we don't really need to give it to them in 2021. Can't they use that money that we've already given them?
So, Bill,
I mean, we gave them money and they didn't have any festivals.
I just wanted to say they had already committed, you know, how with certain things you're getting bands and stuff, you have to put a down payment ahead. So I don't know, I think they still had expenses for 2020, and I'm sure the 3,000 wouldn't have covered some of their expenses.
Okay, then I have a follow-up question. If they did spend it, that's great. Do we audit them? Do we ever get their financials? I mean, you know, we need to justify this to the community. Yep. That we're just not giving money that is just banked, and we're going to give them more money this year. So I think maybe we need to audit them. So that would be one of my questions.
No, so
and
we
Jennifer,
do, Bill. We get an accountability statement at the end of each year from all the organizations that we give money to as to where they spent the money that we provided to them. So each organization does receive that, and they are reviewed by the committee that looks after those grants.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you very much. And Jennifer, thank you very much. This is your first year presenting the budget to us, so congratulations. And the only other question is, I guess we're going to have a discussion about this $150,000 in capital project. Be a nice thing to do, but it is a year that we might have to be careful of our expenses. So that would be one I'd put on the maybe bucket.
Let me see. Maureen and then Laura.
I remember now. Sorry about that. With respect to that project that Bill just raised, Jennifer, through anything you've received from the provincial government or your clerks associations, is there any suggestion that perhaps people who cannot attend a council meeting in person can continue to go in by Zoom, and of course only if these things are done, and have a vote?
Yes.
Is this being discussed anywhere?
Yeah, and we actually did update our procedure bylaw earlier this year. So the province has allowed for council members to be able to join the meetings electronically, be counted as quorum, and be counted to vote. So that has happened, and I think that they see the wisdom in allowing that to go forward into the future.
Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
I just want to clarify, Bill, you had mentioned that the Arts, Culture, and Heritage mural was going to be a heritage mural, and in fact, it actually is an Indigenous piece of artwork. So we're doing that under the cultural part of our mandate, not the, which also includes some diversity, which our Arts, Cultural, and Heritage Plan actually addresses. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, is there anybody else has questions or comments for Jen? Jerry, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I did, and I answered it as I was putting my hand up. I apologize. I saw the answer.
That was quick. Okay. Anyone else that I've missed? Okay. So next we go to Parks and, or did you have anything more, Jen? Okay. So
We're gonna have
Randy?
a break, Mary.
Oh, right, our break. And after break, we'll have Parks and Recreation. So 5-minute break. Karen, do you see most of the council? I don't see their video on, so I guess they're not back.
Is mine on, Ann?
Yes, it is now, Doug. Thanks.
Yep, sorry.
Okay, I think we have more. And so we'll resume again, and we're at Parks and Recreation. So Karen, I need you in your loudest voice. If just on your first good morning, it just wasn't quite loud enough.
So the goals and objectives for the Parks and Recreation Department for 2021 include implement the facility booking module of our ActiveNet recreation program software for our parks and recreation facilities. In 2020, we implemented the program registration module, which was very effective because due to COVID, people could not access any programs or services here at the facility unless they registered online. So we were very fortunate that we were kind of ahead of the curve. Second one is to work with the Connaught Park Revitalization Committee to develop a phased-in plan for future upgrades to Connaught Park. And I'd also like to include in there the Tiverton Ballpark. So this is a group of ball users and the Ag Society folks getting together and determining a plan for how we can improve the facilities for the users. Implementation of the Recreation Financial Assistance Program. So this is a program that Council approved in 2019, actually, early 2020. And it is to provide financial assistance to those who may require it in terms of registering for any recreation or community programs. Number 4, we have already awarded the ammonia refrigeration project, and the expectation is that it will be completed by June 1st, 2021. Roxana mentioned about converting the Davidson Center from propane to natural gas, and that is included in our 2021 capital plan. And we will further investigate the conversion of other facilities, such as the Tiverton Sports Center, as an example. Work with stakeholders and the Accessibility Advisory Committee to design and construct a new gazebo in Victoria Park. This was included in the 2020 capital budget, but it was a project that was deferred to 2021. However, we do have some preliminary designs that we are eager to share again with the Accessibility Committee and a lot of the special event groups who use that gazebo on a regular basis. The last one is to work with the landscape architect to design the layout of picnic shelters, band shells, etc., in a phased-in, financially feasible approach for both Dunsmore and Reunion Park. So just a little bit of background on this one. There has been discussion about improvements to both these parks. They're very well used. The picnic shelters and the band shells are starting to show their age. So the thinking was to have a coordinated approach as to where would be the best location, for example, for the band shell in terms of hearing and seating, benches, as well as where best to place things like picnic shelters and any other amenities that we may wish to put in either one of these parks. Next slide, please. So the total parks and recreation revenues are budgeted to decrease by 18%, which is 302,000, while expenses have been budgeted to increase by 1% or $34,000. The majority of these changes are primarily due to the forecasted impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on recreation programming and end user participation. So council will have to appreciate that when we made this budget October, November of this year, there were a lot of unknowns, and there still are a lot of unknowns with regard to COVID. So we needed to pick what we felt was a realistic number to start with. So we picked 25% reduction in revenues kind of across the board because we're not sure when we're going to be allowed, for example, to do some things like group swimming lessons, LaMarche break camps, programs that we normally run. And then when we are allowed, we're not sure, if people will be coming back in the same manner they were before COVID, just because of uneasiness, et cetera, and or if we'll be allowed to accept the same number of participants due to ratios. For example, for summer day camp, we may need to have a smaller ratio of campers to staff. So we picked 25% as a number, and as we move forward into 2021, I think we'll soon find out if that number is too high or too low. But that's the number we chose with to start the draft budget. So the revenue, moving on to parks, the parks budget, the revenues for parks is pretty simple. It's from the Blue Water Trailer Park, user fees for the ball diamonds, and then soccer fees. An offsetting decrease of $5,500 has been included for the sale of the green cones by the Environment Committee, which unfortunately did not materialize in 2020. So the expenses for parks, some of them on the list are annual expenses, such as the $30,000 for the Phragmites eradication, the $143 for grounds maintenance, beach maintenance, and grass cutting. And this will be the second year that the Environment Committee is requesting a $3,500 administration budget, as well as another $6,000 for the purchase of a water bottle filling station. Some of the new ones for 2021 include the $10,000 for additional safety signage at the beach, the $8,000 for COVID materials, including sanitizer, masks, and disinfectant. And there is a 1-ton truck that is being transferred from Public Works to the Parks Department, and it's been noted that $15,000 in repairs to the box and body are required to extend the useful life. So those are parks expenses. Next slide, please. In terms of the recreation budget, it consists of all of our programs, as well as the splash pad, the Recreation Financial Assistance Program I previously mentioned, and general administration costs. The revenues for recreation are projected to decrease by 17%, or $136,000, again, due to the indirect implications of COVID-19. We've also budgeted for a 25% decrease in registration revenues due to decreased participation, as previously noted. While recreation expenses show a decrease of $91,000, $63,000 of this is attributed to the marina, which is a very self-sustaining budget. Therefore, the budgeted cost decrease is 2.5%, which is $28,000. In terms of the facilities, the operating expenses for all recreation facilities have increased by $49,000, or 2% over 2020, while we are expecting a decrease of 20% in revenues. Again, the revenues are projected to decrease due to the indirect impact of COVID-19 and the reduction in revenues we expect for the arena, the gymnasium, the pool, and the health club. It's hard to get money from these areas when we're closed or we're only able to take limited participants. In terms of the facilities, in the staff report from Monday night, we touched on the Arts Center and that due to COVID-19 and their inability to fundraise and really have access to the facility, that we were going to be projecting a reduced revenue budget for them, which is shown in the draft budget. The Tiverton Sports Center is forecasted to generate $111,000 in revenue. We're still getting like minor sports, skating club, and we're starting to see some adult leagues come back and play a little bit in this COVID environment, but still not what we were used to in previous years. Again, the operating costs for the Tiverton Sports Center are increasing by 4%. And again, the majority of this increase is for COVID materials such as disinfectant, masks, shields, and sanitizers. Davidson Center, the operating revenues are budgeted to decrease by $132,000 or 21%, while the operating expenses are budgeted to increase by 2%. So you can see on the list there, we're expecting, significant less revenue for the arena and the health club and the pool. But we do include $50,000 reserve fund contribution for future pool upgrades in this budget as well. So moving on to this slide shows that in 2020, each of these areas had a deficit with the exception of the health club. The overall total deficit was $952,412. In 2021, we are anticipating a larger operating deficit as we have reduced revenues by 25% due to COVID-19. Therefore, the estimated change or the difference of $229,083, which is 1.4% difference from 2020. So there'll be a 1.4% impact on the budget or the tax rate over 2020 for Parks and Recreation. And I think moving to the capital slide. So replacement of Victoria Park gazebo, I mentioned it was deferred from 2020 so we could consult with the stakeholders and the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Boardwalk replacement, we were able to do some of this project in 2020. However, there was a lumber shortage near the fall of 2020. So we would like to be able to carry over to 2021 the unused funds and add more to get more of that replacement done. The next one is the harbor retaining wall. So this is a wall down by the harbor and it requires some stabilizing. So it was deferred from 2020 and this project would be done in conjunction with the replacing of the lighthouse stairs. The next one is the $40,000 for the landscape architect for Dunsmore and Reunion Parks. And I believe I indicated the reason for that earlier. The next one is to replace a 2520 tractor for the Parks Department. It's a 2008 machine with 2,600 hours on it, and we're spending a considerable amount of time and money on parts and maintenance. $40,000 for new bleachers. There was a study done or an inspection done by Frank Cowan Insurance Company, and they are recommending that we replace some of these bleachers as there are potential liability issues. There's no backings, there's no side railings, and we are looking to replace 14 of them, 10 in Kincardine and 4 in Tiverton. The conversion of Davidson Center to natural gas, $30,000 would convert all of our necessary appliances and HVAC units to natural gas. And the last one is a new pool HVAC unit for $20,000.
Thank you, Karen. It's been a tough year for all of us, but it seems to have hit recreation the hardest. So we'll open up to questions now. Do I see any hands up on the screen I'm looking at for questions regarding recreation and parks? Okay, Councillor Kennedy.
Sure, just there's just, I don't know the right time, for this, but Karen, I didn't see I thought we had $40,000 for a plan that we were going to do on my paper part of the budget. Is that in there? Did I miss it?
Yeah, it's on the last sheet, Councillor Kennedy. It says $40,000 landscape architect study for Dunsmore.
Oh, right there. Okay, yep. Okay, open my eyes, Doug. Okay, no, that's good. Well, that's the one I'm just, I don't get that one, and I've said that to Karen. I really believe that plans are all right for some things. Example, our pool structural things that we had to do in a building, we need a plan for. Something like this, I absolutely disagree that we need a plan for it. Waste of money. We have people in this municipality that are working towards helping out with parks as volunteers. I've talked to the high school. They want to get involved in some buildings to save us money. and I know they did it in the past. And I just really believe we're there's some wants and needs in some of the budgets, and I think that's more than a maybe list. I think the wants and needs have to be separated, and I really think the recreation gets left a little short all the time. So I really think we need some volleyball courts at our beach. I brought it up. It's been over 2 years that Karen and I have been meeting with groups. We could have did it in a cheap, not very good looking way. But we proposed a place on a property that has never been used in 30 years. And now we want to spend $40,000 on a plan to tell us what to do instead of using that money and doing something in a spot where, it shouldn't be my decision, but, I should have to prove it to council and to everybody that that's where it should be. And Dunsmore Park, I think most people know how I feel about that. It's been neglected for a long time. Those band shells. Some architect can come in and tell us where to go. I don't think it takes a brain surgeon where those band shells can go. They can back up to the bottom of the thing. It's on a hill. There's just not many options. So I don't know the process of me trying to add a thing or two onto a budget like this. I guess somebody could help me with that. So those are some of my thoughts. I have a lot more, and I've documented a lot of things in the last 2 years, and I would like to share that with everybody, but I just want to know the proper way to do it. Thank you.
Okay, Doug. So today we're listening to the reports, and you
Yeah.
want clarification on that. So we're asking questions mainly for clarification because we want
Okay.
to get through everybody's department today, so we have an overall picture of the budget. So when we get into more detail at the second meeting, as far as people's opinions on certain items and advocating for certain items, that's the place for it. And so if you have a question, like for example, on your topic, I have a question later, but I'm going to let other people have a question first, just to make sure they maybe have the same question as me. So any more questions for Karen on what she's presented? More questions for clarification? Just a minute, I'll get to the other screen. I don't see any here. Just a sec, I have to get up here. Oops, just a sec. I guess I do have to go down here. Okay, Laura.
Karen, it's really not a comment on the budget, but I'm going to mention this now to you and Doug and Jen Laurie. In 2019, after the bandstand came down, there was a suggestion from some of my ball teammates that it'd be nice to have 4 heritage features or pictures of what the bandstand and Connaught Park looked like back in the day in front of that fencing area where the bandstand used to be. So I'm just going to bring that up now so it's on the record and somebody will follow up with it. Thanks.
Bill?
Thank you very much, Mary Edie. I'd like to put some of these capital projects. First of all, Karen, thank you very much. That's a very brave. I mean, out of all the departments, you're the department that's been hit the hardest with this pandemic, and you're doing a great job there. But I think we also need to understand that you can see your department. I mean, the revenues at 25% is quite significant. And we're going to have to really maybe take another look at this at the end of all this. But it's all these capital projects, wants versus needs. I'd like to have more discussion because I really like where Doug was going with these discussions. Can we put a couple more of these? Let's talk about the boardwalk, mainly because Wood has just gone crazy. Let's talk about the Victoria Park because I think we might need some panels and I have an idea. And if we could put on the landscape study, the new bleachers, just on our maybe list so we can have some more talk about it because wood has just gone up 4 or 5 times and it's very expensive. And just one last thing, I don't know if this was a budget item because I don't think it's big enough, but in return, the bike park, maybe we don't have to capitalize it, but I'd like to see, because it's closed right now, I'd like to see something happen to it in 2021. The last thing I'm going to say, and it's not going to go over well, and I know it won't go over well because, we don't know what's going to happen in 2021. Our premier might be starting to talk about a red zone again, talking about closures and everything. But if we had to, worst comes to worst, cut a program, not really cut it, that's wrong, I'm sorry. If we had to suspend one of the programs in your department, and I'm not asking you to make that decision today, but can you at least think about it so when you have our discussions at the end of this meeting? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that I've missed from recreation? I do have, I don't see anybody here. Oh, Doug? Okay.
I just had a response to Laura's, that mural and those pictures are a great idea. And it's on our list with the group from Connaught Park that Karen and I are meeting with. We're going to start those meetings up again in January. So we are going to try to make that happen.
Okay, so Karen, I just had a question. When you talked about the landscape architect or an overall plan for both Dunsmore and Reunion Park, does that include parking? Because as you know, this summer we had a lot of guests, and sometimes they started parking up almost to behind the band shell on the north side with the on the east side of the boardwalk, and the parking along Saugeen, and then the parking on the south side. You know, we maybe have space that we could look at designated parking areas that in a case of an overflow, and then how that impacts where you put the buildings. So I think it's just from observing on both sides, I think if you're doing something overall, parking is a big question. And then the other question I had, is parking guaranteed for the Blue Water Trailer Park on the east side of Saugeen? Is that guaranteed for them? Like off the street?
Okay, so the first question, with regards to parking included in the landscape architect study, we were thinking more of the designs of the parks, but certainly if parking is an issue, and I agree it has been, especially in 2020, it could be something that could be included. And I know that staff is looking at parking, especially along the Dunsmore area as well. And the second question, the Blue Water Trailer Park, yes, right in front of the trailer park is part of that property, so the parking goes with the trailer park.
So our road allowance, the road allowance is very narrow there then?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's a bigger picture as far as that goes. And then for recreation and budgeting in 21, have you included the grant money? Would some of it come your way because it is COVID related?
Are you referring to the grant money that Roxana mentioned at the beginning?
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's been established at this point. I would imagine that would be up for discussion.
Okay. Just for qualifying, I was interested if it qualifies. Roxana?
Yeah, from my understanding, it can be used. We have a lot of discretion on how to use those funds, and if it's COVID related in some way, we can use it to offset our pressures in 2021. So the thought process was going to be to apply that $75,000 to offset some of the additional costs of running some of the recreation programs.
Okay, thanks. Did anybody else have any other questions before we leave recreation? Doug?
Just one comment. Maybe Adam can help me here. I know him and I have been meeting down there about some parking issues around Dunsmore Park, and have come up with some Adam, can you help me with this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I was making a note to speak to that.
Yeah.
Not to mind, but in regards to that area, we do have a program or a project in the proposed capital for council's consideration. It's the Durham, Saugeen, and Lambton reconstruction. And with that, we're looking at adding angled parking along Saugeen Street on the west side and on Lambton Street along the south side. I'll try and take a look at the plans here, and when I do get into my presentation, maybe even touch on the volume of parking spaces it would incorporate. And with that program as well, it also takes a look at the area around the lawn bowling screen and the parking lot near the beach as well.
No, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Adam. And I know it kind of coordinates with Harbor Street as well. And so we'll hear more from that in Public Works then. So, Randy?
Yes, Karen, I have a question for you. Quite a few years ago, when I used to sit on the rec board, we used to have a major discussion every year about that road allowance at the back end of the parking lot at the Davison Center. And for many years, was said that why is it in your budget? Why is it not in the roads budget? Can you just give us an insight into where that sits today and under whose jurisdiction that would be under?
Phase one of that project was improving the entranceway at the Davidson Center, which was done a couple of years ago, and it's a huge improvement. Phase two was the reconstruction of the road behind the water tower to make it either a one-way or an exit-only access point. We did receive some budget figures from BM Ross and included it in the 2020 budget deliberations. It didn't get included in this year's budget just due to kind of the priority of projects, but certainly it has been under, I believe, the Recreation Department budget, but Public Works is instrumental in helping with these projects. We couldn't do it without them.
Just to follow up then, Anne, if I may, might I suggest, in all fairness to your committee and the recreation, that consideration be given through council that road reconstruction be put onto Adam's plate? I know he's got it. He's got a full plate, but it is a road. He has the expertise in his department. I'm not saying recreation can't do it, but the bottom line is I feel, and I can only speak for myself, that that's the proper place to put that, and it needs to be done. It's a safety issue and it needs to be done.
Okay, Randy, good suggestion. So maybe staff can, when we come to our second budget meeting, we can discuss that further. I just wanted to add, we lobbied for quite a while with MTO. I was part of those lobbying efforts. And as I understood it, unless there was more information to staff, we finally got permission because MTO controls that exit. They control within so many meters of Highway 21 on each side. That we finally got permission to have an exit out of the Davidson Center down. But because of the bridge at the bottom, there would only be turns to the right. Now, that's what we were told at the time when it came through, but maybe staff. So that could come back to us as well, checking that out. Just information on what is possible there. That was the latest I heard after we did get permission from MTO. And I was always concerned there might be a time limit on it. Anyway, so are there any more questions for recreation?
Yes, I have one.
Okay, Maureen?
Just I noticed on the separate sheet we got for new position requests, there is one there under Parks and Recreation, and that it's a part-time. So my question is that permanent part-time then?
Referring to the customer service staff?
I can't hear you, Karen.
Sorry. Are you referring to the customer service staff?
Yes.
Okay, so council may recall we brought a report forward requesting customer service staff to the end of December 2020 because everybody who comes into the Davidson Center needs to be screened and we need to do contact tracing. So as this is still happening, we need to continue this in January 1st, 2021. And right now we have 5 contract positions doing this work because it's shift work, and we would like to carry on like that for the foreseeable future.
Okay, so it's COVID related, and once COVID is quiet, hopefully.
Well, it is COVID.
That will not be the case.
It is COVID related for sure. The thinking is council can discuss after COVID ends, We were anticipating that perhaps we would have customer service staff available after 4:30, so evenings and weekends, to answer any public inquiries and provide customer service to the public.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no more questions for Karen at this time, see any, then next we have Fire and Emergency Services. And so we'll ask our fire chief, I imagine, to give this report. Kevin?
Morning, Mayor Eady and members of council. Hopefully everybody can hear me all right.
Yes, I can hear you just fine, Kevin.
All right, great. This being my first budget with everybody here, hopefully there'll be some discretion as I work through it. I'm not familiar with your process, but anyways, I'll do the best that I can. One of the things I wanted to start off with is just more of a FYI, that when a municipality decides that they want to have an emergency services within their municipality, there are three objectives from the province that they request that we comply with. So the first one would be public education and a smoke alarm program as one of the very minimal requirements. And throughout that process, if we're not successful in that area, that we ramp it up into fire prevention and enforcement. And then our third line of sort of protection would be the suppression, which obviously contributes to an awful lot of our budget. Looking at the sheet with our services we provide, so the establishing and regulating bylaw, which council has approved, items A to H on that document are the services that have been agreed upon that we will provide to the residents. So all of those items contribute to the suppression or the response component. Also, we're also involved with some of the surrounding municipalities, and we provide mutual aid agreements with them or vice versa. So either way, when a department's overwhelmed, that we will come and assist, or if we're in that situation, they will come too. So those agreements really do not cost any degree at this point. We all provide pretty much the same services, so we can work back and forth together. Next slide. So one of the things being new and not knowing a lot of the history, I went back almost 5 years in previous operating budgets. You know, this year with COVID and everything has not been the year to use that as the baseline. So I went back in many cases 5 years and looked at some of the averages, and what in fact happened in the end, there was a lot of the budgeted line items that I reduced just due to the fact that I think they may have been a little exorbitant compared to what was being used on an annual basis. So all three sections that I look after, fire, emergency planning, and the MICES, there was some scaling back prior to starting to look at the priorities that I needed to include. One of the things you'll see is obviously we're moving towards a more customer service based fire permit system throughout the municipality. It does come at a bit of a cost, but when we did do our fee structures this year, we included an increase in the permits, and that would offset the service. But what it's going to do in the end run is going to make it very convenient to the members of the public to apply and pay for their permits. They don't have to drive all over the place. And there will be a few components within that we will have to do site visits, but overall, that's one of the areas of where our revenue has gone up a bit. obviously the pandemic has really affected us, the way we operate, the way we have to protect our firefighters responding to medical incidents. It has come at a fair bit of cost with a lot of PPE and after the fact sanitizing and cleaning and being ready for the next responses. So the COVID is also increasing a bit of the labor time with the firefighters to perform some of this stuff. As mentioned before with Roxana about the converting some of our fire stations over to the natural gas, it was very obvious with ours. It's going to be around, I believe, around $7,000 to convert the 2 stations, but after 3 years moving forward beyond that, it will definitely have paid for itself and with future savings down the road. One of the other things in the revenues with the emergency planning, there was a decrease, a tremendous amount actually, only having one service provider providing repairs and services on the sirens, that type of stuff. I believe that their prices were a little exorbitant, and then having a new provider be able to quote and compete with them, the prices came down quite a lot. So now that there's several players in that market, it's become more competitive, and it actually reduced our costs in that area. Expenses is, you can see that the increase with wages and benefits. One of the areas, the certification of our specialty teams has more than lapsed. It's one of the things that I found out when I first arrived, and we're going to be required, if we're going to continue those services, we need to get those specialty teams recertified. And the plan with that would be more of a train the trainer. So moving forward, we can be self-sufficient and continue certification in those areas and keep the teams ready and available. You also notice that there's a request for replacement of new truck tires. And we did an audit of all the vehicles. We did have some funding this year that we used to repair the more critical vehicles immediately, and I'm requesting an additional $26,000 to finish the remaining vehicles that need attention. In discussions with Roxana and stuff, we started to talk about a reserve fund. I did a bit of a 5-year audit and plan of all of our infrastructure, equipment, and vehicles. And anyways, I think that will be another day for another discussion, but there's a lot of things over the next 5 years that will definitely need funding and attention. We've exceeded our life cycle in many, many areas. And it was trying to just put together a manageable plan for the next 5 years to help fund and address and maybe moving forward beyond that, start to create a better fund that when things do need attention and replacement, that the funding has slowly built up over the years. The MISIS budget, it doesn't amount to an awful lot, but there was a few things that that we need to assist with, which was they have been able to get the storage building. It's a mobile unit. The way it is right now, a lot of their equipment is pretty much laying out on the boat, and it's not secured. And some of their personal flotation devices have expired and need replacement. And if we can go to the next slide. So here's some of the things that we want to talk about vehicles, obviously the first one that we're looking at is replacing the rescue vehicle in Tiverton. To be upfront and honest, in a 5-year plan right now, we're looking at hoping to replace 6 vehicles over the next 5 years. There's at least 3 of them that have gone extremely beyond their life cycles now, and they're, potentially there could be future liabilities if we don't refresh those items. We do have to pay some more attention to the women's facilities in both our stations, especially the Kincardine station is not fully functional to be able to have proper facilities for women. And in saying that, we've just gone through recruitment, and we do have a woman firefighter now coming on board in the Kincardine area, so we'd like to address that issue. The third item is the Kincardine Fire Station bay doors. All of the bay doors are outdated, and I don't mean the actual doors themselves, it's more the operators and the safeties. There are no safety features on any of these doors. It's a definite safety issue, and we need to update the doors with the safety hardware on it. The next item is the porta tank and porta pump. The porta tank itself has been repaired numerous times, and it's got patches on top of patches. But the more expensive item on this thing is the portable pump, and the one that we had is very old, and it doesn't have proper guarding on it, and nor can we get the guarding on it. So it's just that old, and so those items need to be upgraded. And obviously the last one we kind of talked about, which was the natural gas conversion. I believe I know it says 10, but I believe I thought our number was 7 or 7,500. So, but like I said, that will very quickly pay for itself within 3 years. So we'll get that money back. And I believe that's all I have to talk about at this point.
Thank you, Kevin. So do we have questions for Kevin regarding emergency services? That's very good outline for your first presentation to us. I'll just see you on the other screen. Does anybody have any questions?
Councillor Glover?
Yes.
Through you, Your Worship, to the Fire Chief. I don't want to belabor this, Chief, but just for my understanding, could you illustrate or delineate the jurisdictional boundaries for coverage related to the beach, in the lake? I understand there might be an initial response that would be maybe police, ambulance, and so many meters, meter kilometers, that would be the Coast Guard perhaps, and then we have the volunteer rescue services with the, I guess that's MISIS as well as your folks. So can you just maybe help me understand if there's an incident, whose area responsibility would it most typically fall to? And do you view any duplication of response services to say drownings when we have to send maybe the fire department and the volunteer boat rescue there? Just trying to understand responsibilities and costing.
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor Glover. So through my investigation throughout this summer, my understanding with talking with OPP, obviously they go out and do boating enforcement, but they would definitely assist should there be some sort of rescue. But their mandate is to do patrolling and enforcement of other boats and that type of stuff. The MISIS that operates underneath the Coast Guard, I believe when I spoke to the people that oversee that, you're talking 300 meters from shore, and then all the way out through the lake for boats that have broken down, any sort of types of rescue. So they don't really work too close to the shoreline, but in saying that, if we were in a bit of a situation, they would definitely Obviously, they have to go to the Coast Guard to get the approval first, but they would definitely come and provide assistance if possible. So your local fire department right now, we operate on a shore base, which only allows us to get out to anybody 300 feet. So remember, the Coast Guard is 300 meters, but we're only 300 feet. So we do have quite a gap in between. And unfortunately, that's a bit of a area that that is not kind of covered, but it kind of would be if we asked for assistance. So, but it isn't within the other agencies' mandates. And I know for the fire service, it's very disheartening to only be able to get out 300 feet and only have the training and the legislative guidelines to follow. So we do have that gap out there in the lake that does exist. Hopefully that answers your questions.
It did. Thank you very much. I've always had a general maybe a question or concern, and some people have raised that with some of the recent situations this year. And so just for understanding and context of, if there's some gaps and are there some synergies, but it sounds like there might be some areas of with respect maybe liability or uncoverage that are certainly maybe exposed, and it takes a team effort to help cover those gaps, whether it's legislatively or otherwise. So just a bit of an awkward sort of situation that's really no one's fault. It's just a product of design, I think, right?
Yeah, I know, just there is I shouldn't say it's a simple fix, because it's not a simple fix. We could go to a water-based rescue type service. Obviously, it's going to come with more a higher level of training for the firefighters or the teams. I don't believe the individual's equipment would change too much, but then you're going to be talking boats, and you're going to be talking different types of rescue vessels, which are not cheap. So I was a little shocked that the Coast Guard, they do have very stringent rules and guidelines. And, I think a lot of the public thinks because the MISIS is there that wherever the fire department just can't get to, they're going to just automatically cover that. It has to go through an operational approval system, and that could take time sometimes, but we did see the situation that they did intervene in that ended up creating a fair amount of damage to the vessel, and 2 individuals on the boat this year trying to help out. But originally they weren't deployed. They just happened to be there and they acted, which was great, but the outcome could have been very severe.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for our fire chief for emergency services? Good. Bill?
I'm
okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Mary Edie. Through you, Kevin. I know that Mary Edie will want to do this, but thank you very much for your services in 2020. You pointed out a lot of shortfalls, and you're plugging a lot of holes, so we do appreciate it very much. I think the reserve, you and Roxanne are working on that reserve, only 100,000. But I think you pointed out to our council that if you need 6 vehicles replaced in the next 5 years, that reserve probably should be around 250,000 per year. So we'll have to take that into consideration when we do the budget. And the only last thing I like to point out, because I know you and I are a little bit older and everything, it's not a women's facility upgrade anymore. It's an LGBTQ upgrade. So we need to change that to make sure we're politically correct. But thank you very much, Kevin, for your services in 2020. I don't know what 2021 is going to bring you, but all the best. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Laura?
Sorry, Bill, it's gender neutral. You got your wrong political correctness there. It doesn't matter whether you have a gay washroom or a lesbian washroom or a bi washroom. It's gender neutrality.
I told you I was an old gray guy.
All right. Anything else? So I was mindful of the break time, and it is around 11, and then we'll start Public Works. So thank you, Kevin. We have appreciated. I know I've talked to Kevin just before we end, and I'm not. He wasn't anticipating a pandemic and the amount of emergency response either when he signed up with us this year, but he's done a terrific job along with the rest of our staff. So thank you, Kevin. So Councillor Kennedy and Councillor Kyler, are you back? And
Yeah, I'm here. Yep, I am here.
okay, thanks. And I see Dave. I'm just going up here. Got Laura and all right, we're looking good. Councillor Glover, are you back now? I think we have quorum, so we can start again then. So it is Public Works. Adam, are you with us?
I am. Thanks, Mary.
Okay, we look forward to your presentation now.
Okay, thank you. So the goals and objectives for 2021 for Public Works includes, well, the first two items actually coincide with each other. So item one, we're looking to implement CityWorks AMS, excuse me, and storeroom modules. So going back a little over a year ago, we implemented within the water department the use of these platforms, and have been working on implementing the balance of Public Works through this year. And we want to then move into other areas of the corporation into 2021. So we're using a similar business process. And so the secondary feature with that, what we're looking to do as it pertains to Public Works is to utilize the CityWorks platforms to better manage our workloads, scheduling of routine tasks and resources within our department. The third item, we're wanting to take a look at opportunities for operations layout and potentially replacement facility options for our Public Works garages. We've seen our maintenance costs go up a fair bit over the last few years, and I think part of that is due to the age of the facilities, and secondary, just not a lot was done with them possibly in some of the more recent years. So we're doing a bit of catch up, but we want to make sure that the money we're investing there is worthwhile versus looking at something probably broader than that. Number four is continuation of management of existing and new assets for the overall life cycle approach of those. Five, we're going to continue to support any of the development proposals that come forward, the natural gas project, and any infrastructure upgrades. Six, consider implementing recommendations from the master cycling plan. So we're nearing completion with that. We're just in the last portion of engagement, and then hoping early 2021 to bring that plan to council for completion of it. And then number seven, we're looking to complete any of the ongoing capital works from 2020 and any of the new considerations for 2021, inclusive of hopefully the KIP Trail project. Next slide, please. So as a budget summary, looking at the revenues, we're looking at an increase of 3% overall. Our expenditures, we're looking at an increase that's 2%. And when we look at the net impact of that, we have around a 1% increase of the overall Public Works budget. As we go into some of the further details, you'll see that we look to find some savings, especially this year with the pandemic. And I think as a result of everyone's hard work on our team on Public Works, I think we've put together a fairly cost-effective budget. So in terms of the overall summary details, as it relates to water and wastewater, in regards to revenue, those will reflect the new rate study that's coming into effect this year. One of the changes that council and the public to note there is that we are moving forward with the consolidation. So Tiverton is now joining the balance of our water systems, therefore lessening the overall operating budgets that we're working with. And we see, I guess, a different impact from a revenue side of things this year. The other piece in terms of revenue that I wanted to touch on overall really is related to the Waste Management Center. We're seeing an increase there of about $48,000, and that's to reflect actuals for the bag tag program, similar to what we are seeing. In addition to the existing tags that were handed out in previous years that are no longer valid. So under the expenditure category, starting with the water area, as I mentioned, one of the main elements is the joining of the systems under one bridged operating budget. I guess something I should touch on before I move on to wastewater. Overall, for public works items, some of the main impacts that are consistent throughout are wages and benefits, and then COVID-related expenditures for PPE, etc. Under the wastewater category, we have a $10,000 one-time item. We've been trying to do this for the last few years, and it hasn't been fulfilled. But going back a few years now, council did endorse and support a new and updated sewer use bylaw, and within that, there is a section that does speak to grease traps with establishments that prepare food. And so we want to continue to try and work with the establishments in the community to make sure that that they have the proper plumbing equipment in place and are in compliance with the bylaw. Next slide, please. Under the road section, so the key highlights in terms of impacts to the budget. The first one that's noted here relates to our winter sand. So going back 2 budgets ago, we spent around $100,000 just in sand purchases, so the material itself. This year, we're currently around $70,000 in expenditures with bills that we haven't necessarily paid for the balance of this year. So we took a look at the 5-year average and are suggesting to increase that by $20,000 for the year. One of the primary impacts that we've seen is really related to the freeze-thaw cycles, so the up and down temperatures, and that's requiring an additional use of material. The next one noted relates to tree purchases. So in the 2020 budget, we included a $25,000 line item that was for the replacement of trees. Over the last few years, we've really seen a significant impact as a result of the ash borer and are taking down I guess an increased volume of trees, and to offset that increase, we want to continue to make sure we're doing the environmental, I guess, prudently response to that and incurring or I guess maintaining and continuing a replanting program. So this year shows up now in the operating budget after review with the Treasury Group. We feel it's more aligned to be within the operating budget. So it's really a transfer from our capital planning into the operating going forward. The next item relates to traffic calming costs. So last year we had talked a little bit about the Huron Terrace area, and within a report for Huron Terrace and Harbor, it was suggested to look at flexible markings that would go on the center line of the road to act as a pedestrian, I guess, safety increase, and also to hopefully decrease the speed of motorists. We've done a fair bit of looking at other communities and what they've done and where all they could be utilized in terms of, in addition to what is available. And we think there's opportunities to utilize these at our crosswalks within the community, in the school zones, and some areas that we do have speed challenges, whether it be working with the county on some of their corridors or some of our class 3 roads. The next item is related to the shop in Kincardine. Within the 2020 budget, we actually did have a one-time line item that was for the repair of the shop floor. Unfortunately, we didn't proceed with that in 2020, and so we're asking for additional funds in 2021. The reason we weren't able to proceed in 2020, we ended up having a few unexpected repairs to some heaters and some overhead doors that deferred this I guess project for us. The next bullet speaks to our software costs. So we do have an increase overall within the public works operation, and as we advance CityWorks forward, it becomes more of a corporate cost than just within the public works area. But with us bringing on the balance of the public works group and requiring licensing rights for the individuals to access the program, it's bringing our per seat licensing up to a point where we can purchase, it's called an ELA, so an enterprise licensing agreement. And what that does is it provides us an indefinite number of accesses or licenses. So as we advance to the other groups, we won't see that cost actually go up for licensing. It'll just be, I guess, potentially allocated different in the budget. Next slide, please. The first bullet on this slide relates to shoreline emergent repairs. So in 2020, I noted at the time of preparing this, we had incurred approximately $70,000 in costs. In reviewing the budget actually this morning here again, we're actually closer to $120,000 in emergent repair costs. So that's primarily been done at areas where we have stormwater outlets, areas that we have any water, wastewater assets, I guess in most scenarios running parallel to the shoreline, or road allowances where we have the road running adjacent to the shore. And so going into 2021, we feel that we've got a decent base of large quarry rock and armor stone in place in a number of these locations that we do anticipate to see further impacts from the lake. And with the lake levels increased over the last few years, we wanted to make sure that we continued forward into the next budget with at least some money to utilize, as opposed to having such a negative impact on the budget. And then the next bullet here, within the budget, we've included $10,000 for consulting fees. Really, potentially, what we'd like to do is we'd like to take a look internally at some of the existing reviews that have been done by a few consultants, and then potentially reach out to whether it be an engineer or an architect to get some ideas to understand what opportunities may be to either consolidate the existing facilities or work around some issues we have. And so it's really just a pre-planning tool for us to really start hopefully creating a roadmap on where we'd like to go with those facilities. Under bridges, culverts, and storm, there's a couple impacts here. One of the main impacts that you'll see is we do have our biannual bridge inspections to be conducted in 2021. So those are to be done every 2 years under the regulations with MTO. It is a higher cost in 2021. So in 2019, and some of the work was completed in 2020 as well. Up until most recently, we weren't inspecting our pedestrian bridges, and a number of those do meet the criteria for the span. And so we had added those to, I guess, the portfolio of what we're going to be inspecting going forward. So that's impacted our cost by somewhere about $8,000 to $10,000 more than what we would have seen traditionally. The offsetting, I guess, expenditure here is that we have decreased the capital works costs not capital works, the general contracting costs by $20,000. One, to help offset the increase from the OSIM inspections, and two, to better reflect actual costs in terms of what we were able to manage on a staffing level and work that has been completed in recent years. Under the fleet category, this area we were able to produce and provide considerable savings. One of the main areas of impact relates to the fuel supply, so primarily our diesel and our gasoline. We took a look at the 5-year average, and what we've presented in the budget we feel aligns more with the peaks of what we've seen over that time. So we think from our review anyways that there was a bit of fluff in there that we could have probably cut out and offered as savings in the past. So that is one positive to note. A couple other items within the fleet budget. In 2020, we had $55,000 roughly, or sorry, $54,000 in planned major maintenance items to pieces of equipment. And going into next year, we have less major planned maintenance, so it's offered about $22,000 in savings. And with some staffing turnover, we've had a decrease in wages with new personnel there. Similar to the fire chief, one thing that I've noted for council just more or less, I think as a bit of a reminder now, but from a business planning tool that from a fleet component exercise and fleet management, we have currently, and we started a few years ago, implemented a $50,000 transfer, upped it to 100,000 last year, and had hoped to increase again this year, but recognizing the impacts of COVID and the overall budget requirements, not able to this year. But on an annual basis, to sustain our fleet program, we need closer to $800,000 annually to cover essentially the peaks and valleys over time with that fleet. Next slide, please. So under waste management, when I was speaking to revenues, I did highlight the impacts here. As it relates to the expenditures that impact the budget, we did talk previously, and council supported a one-year pilot program for EPS recycling. So that has a $5,000 impact for that collection and management. There's an annual PIL cost that is typically within that budget. We're looking at installation of more fence. We did complete some of that under capital works last year, but feel that it's more aligned with routine maintenance, and so therefore placing it under the operating budget. So at the Waste Management Center over the last number of years, there's been additional fencing added for debris and site security, and we just want to continue with that. We've taken a more of a piecemeal year-by-year approach as opposed to incurring a large capital cost at once. And then the other item here, we have a well to install a new well, so that's about a $10,000 expenditure to complete that. And then on an annual basis, within the operating budget, there is a $100,000 transfer to reserve. And the purpose of that is to offset the capital costs of cell replacement and construction as required moving forward. And I'll speak a little more to that when we touch on the capital program for the year. Under our cemetery budget, overall, there's generally not anything in terms of major impacts aside from the Lovett Cemetery. So to continue to support that cemetery and maintenance, there's about a $1,500 financial impact to the municipality proposed. Next slide, please. The balance of the items here for public works effectively are fairly in line with the previous years. So that being trails, airport, and GIS, with I guess the one caveat being under the airport functions. So over the course of the last year, I did work with our airport service provider to come up with, I guess, different costs and opportunities to transfer the grass maintenance service to them and their staff. In looking at that, I still feel that it's more cost effective for the municipality to maintain cutting the outskirts of the runway. We've been doing that on a monthly basis, and that adheres to the legislation in terms of the length of the growth that we're leaving. However, one area that was under our responsibility that we're transferring or proposing to transfer that actually does result in a slight savings to us is to have the ASP cut around the runway lights and the approximately about the 6 to 10 feet between the edge of the runway to the back side of the lights. And they would do that on a basically a weekly basis when they're doing the other cutting that they currently perform under contract around the terminal building and the hangars. Next slide, please. So in terms of capital, here's I guess a quick overview of some of the projects on the capital slate for council consideration this year. The first, well, I guess a quick summary for council. I did take a look, and overall, we do have 31 new projects projected. There are 15 on the list here. One of them, actually, I note, is actually the fire departments, kind of middle of the list there, which is also included on their slide. And in addition to the 31 programs that we're suggesting and proposing for consideration, there are also 16 that are carried forward in addition to that from last year. 2 of them have been on hold as we've been undertaking the water servicing review to Bruce Power. Another 8 of them have been either under construction and have 2-year components to them, or will be completed early in the new year. And then another 6 that were impacted by COVID and will be undertaken next year. So for the programs that are listed here, the first and I guess the major one in terms of cost is a proposed reconstruction of Durham Street from Queen Street down to the west end, so right to the lake. This was the driving force, I guess, for looking at engineering here. We've been doing that over the last couple of years to I guess, bring a project forward into a shovel-ready state. And the rationale behind that project was to I guess, replace the main water main feed coming from the plant that provides the distribution system and the tower in Kincardine. It is aged, and we are quite concerned about it and want to try and avoid, I guess, a catastrophic impact from a failure on that with replacement. And while looking at that area, the blocks of Saugeen from Durham over to Lambton, and from Lambton Street from Huron Terrace down to Saugeen, we felt are in need of work as well, both from an underground perspective and at the surface level. So we've actually built them into a broader program while we're impacting and constructing in that area. We touched a little bit with Karen's presentation and questions about parking. I did take a quick look at one of the breaks, and overall, the plans that we've put together, draft plans in terms of parking on Lambton and on Saugeen, which is angled parking, and also inclusive of the parking lot, we're going to be looking at approximately 85 parking spaces in that area, and that includes an additional 28 that are on the road allowance adjacent to the trailer park, and then another 10 that are in the lawn bowling area. So we think we've hopefully accommodated some of the parking constraints down there and come up with some plans and working with Parks and Rec and BM Ross on that. The next program listed is water and sanitary servicing. Right now, it's been presented simply just to bring the information to council. This is, I guess, as a result of the review that was undertaken for servicing of the Lake Street area. In terms of servicing and relaying those servicing costs onto the property owners themselves, to undertake both water and wastewater for these upgrades alone, they'd be looking at about an $80,000 capital expenditure per property. So I basically presented it to council in terms of the overall cost expenditure, and then through future deliberations to talk about what any type of cost sharing, I guess, program may look like in terms of investment from the municipality versus private, or if it's something private altogether. And when we get into those deliberations, we can also talk about sequencing. At this time, we would be in a position to proceed with the water program, but the wastewater really would be installed and have to sit until we do some other works related to County Road 15 that are in the capital plan for next year. The KIP trail is listed. We're hopeful that we'll be in a position finally to construct next year. We're still awaiting the funding decision from the upper levels of government. Last year we had incorporated a portion of the reconstruction of Maple Street within our budget. This year we have included Maple Street in its entirety. And as council's aware, we didn't proceed with any of that work we proceeded with the engineering portion only. There was no construction work that took place in 2020 due to the Goddard shoreline repairs. Then the balance, or I guess moving down the list, Burby Side Road repaving. That's replacement of a couple culverts and resurfacing of a block there. When we get into the capital details at another meeting, we'll talk about the impacts that the culverts are going to impose on that section of road if we didn't proceed this year. The next 2 programs, Highland and McLeod water main replacements, we've had a number of breaks, and the water department has had concerns with the integrity of that water line for a number of years now. And also, in addition to that, to be able to support any growth of the lands behind the hospital, the main would actually need to be upsized by one nominal size. So we're looking to move ahead with that this year. As I mentioned, the next one is under the fire program. The next item is replacement of a tandem plow truck. So as we talked about previously, we're looking at or have been looking at about a 12-month cycle from date of order to the date we actually get it. So just a continuation of that here. The construction of the second half of cell number 2 at the waste for next year. From the numbers in terms of our survey, we're looking at that cell that it would actually be filled up currently by 2022, and to allow us to construct in the drier months of the year. In the summer months, we want to get ahead of things and construct in 2021, so we're ready for the next portion of that. And when we speak to the, I guess, further details of that project, I'm able to share with council whether they have questions today or when we get into the full details of capital. The original projections for the Waste Management Center in terms of timelines, where we're at to date, and how we've taken, I guess, cell 2 and phased it into 3 phases versus undertaking it all at once. So the next is the sunset shoreline protection, which we're applying for grant support on, and that's to essentially place some armor stone and large rock along the shoreline to protect the roadway in a few areas there. The next item is a trackless sidewalk unit. So we're requesting an additional unit to our fleet. We've added about 8 kilometers of sidewalk over the last number of years. And with Westridge on the lake and some other imminent development, we're going to see our sidewalk kilometers increase, and to be able to meet and respond to the maintenance needs, we need to add another unit to the rotation or whatnot within town. And then the next one, paving the main entrance at the Waste Management Center. So looking to pave from side road 15 in past the scales itself, and kind of to the fork in the road, if I refer it to that, where you could go down to the pit or continue behind the reuse building and over to the areas for tipping, whether it be your recycling or some of the other initiatives there. The second last bullet there is reconstruction of Queen Street. So the water department, through some camera reviews, has informed me that the sanitary sewer in that area, it's combined sewer. It's going back approximately 100 years in age. It's starting to cause us some issues. We're actually seeing in areas where there's no pipe still intact. We're actually relying on the clay of the ground to convey the flows, whether that be from the service areas or the main. So proposing in 2021 to undertake engineering work to start engagement with the BIA, and then recognizing the impacts of COVID not only this year but more than likely next year, moving a capital construction program would then be undertaken somewhere in the ballpark of being proposed of 2023. We ideally would have liked to in 2022, but think it's best to push it off a year. We feel it could be damaging or crippling to the businesses in the downtown core. And the last one on this list is a kiosk fuel system upgrade at the airport. The existing and current unit that's there, it's going to become obsolete in terms of being able to complete transactions right at the kiosk in around September of 2021. The actual pump itself would still function, but we would only be able to complete transactions at the time when the terminal was actually open. We've also had some operational challenges with the current unit, and so those two combined are the reasons we've listed it for consideration. So that's a quick overview of the highlighted projects. There's a number of other ones that are of lesser value as well that we'll speak to at the next council meeting for budget review.
Thank you, Adam. So does anybody have any questions? As Adam says, he has a huge list here, but if you have any questions on what he's talked about today. So Bill, and then I heard, was it Maureen?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Adam, being your policy chairperson. I've been through this once before with you. Definitely, when we look at needs versus wants, we have a heck of a lot of needs here. And it's going to be a very interesting year, 2021, in the next 4 or 5 years. One of the things, once again, I want to repeat to the council is that our fleets are getting older, both in the fire department and the public works. And you're looking at a number about $800,000 every year to replace it over the next 5 years. So we have to take that in consideration. The only one thing I'd like to ask Adam, because we'll be getting into all the capital budget items individually, but the Sunset Shoreline sort of armament, you put that in the budget at 275, which I understand, but I also understand might get grants for that 80-20. So what happens to that money afterwards? If we get the grants, do we put it towards another capital project? I'm not quite sure what the procedures are.
So
for the Sunset, yeah.
Yeah, you know, and I may defer to Roxanne on that. She typically, in her group, they would decide on where any leftover funds are reallocated, or in this instance, if we were successful in the grant, how they would treat that.
Yeah, so if we were successful in obtaining this grant, then the funds would just remain in the reserve fund to be used in a future budget year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Maureen?
Yeah, 2 things. One's a quick one. Why is the tanker on your list from the fire department?
I believe potentially just an administrative error. So it does show up on the chief's list as well. So
okay, good. And some time ago, I asked if your department could look into a compost facility for Ward 1, and I'm wondering if you have any plans to bring anything forward and whether or not that requires funding.
Yeah, I can definitely, I guess, finalize a report on that. We've done a bit of background work early on in the year. We started into that, and then the pandemic hit, but we have picked that back up kind of late fall this year. And there are, I guess, a few options for council's consideration that we can put in a report for review.
Thank you.
So, just going down here to see if I have anybody else I've been missing. No other questions? So I just had one on the airport, the fuel system. This fuel system, as I recall at the start, we had, it's going back when I was deputy mayor and public works policy chair, we had quite a bit of trouble with this particular system at the start. And has it been giving trouble all along since we installed it? And are there better automatic systems out there? Adam, I was just interested because of the problems we had at the start.
Yeah, and so our previous airport service provider did mention to me some of the challenges we did have historically. I would say the issues that we're undertaking currently with the system, at times we're not even able to process fuel in terms of filling up aircraft. So, you know, I think, you know, I'm not sure if they align with that from the origin, but to a point now, it's really troublesome in terms of trying to maintain the service. I haven't done any investigation. Stephen Rouse on our behalf has done some preliminary work, and I know my policy chair, Councillor Stewart, has sent me some information as well that one of the fuel suppliers has provided. But if it is something that is supported in the budget, we'd certainly start pulling some of the local airports and looking at the aviation industry to see what opportunities are out there.
Okay, thanks. And I think I had one more. Just with your city works, you said scheduling and managing workloads. And are you able with that program to do some coordination? Say you're in the office, there's a site that you have some of your staff looking at. Can you do real-time reporting back to the office? Is that within the scope of that program, CityWorks?
So it definitely is. I mean, one of the main elements to be able to do real-time reporting would be making sure that they either had a device that had a mobile connection, or they were hotspotting too. But it definitely does. And then the other, another benefit beyond just that, that real-time aspect to it is that we'll be able to maintain and keep a chronological history of any events that occurred either with an asset or with an inquiry about a property or concerns. So we'd be able to take a look at the origin and the overall history of things and really, I think, provide a betterment to our service to the public overall.
And there might even be some savings down the road with it. Okay, thanks. That's Randy, sorry.
Yeah, Adam, with respect to the kiosk, do you have any figures or a rough ballpark figure on the fuel cells that we go through at the airport? Because I know some people are going to look at this and they're going to say, how can you justify spending $100,000 on a new fuel system if you only sell $5,000 worth of fuel a year? So do we have those figures, or can you give us a close figure on what we're looking at here?
So I can pull that up. I'm not confident without taking a look at it, but it's definitely more than the 5,000. I'd rather than mislead you, I'll make a note of that and I'll come back with that detail.
Bill. And then I've got to check the other.
Sorry. And I forgot to ask Adam this. You and I were having our discussions prior to the budget. And I'd just like to ask you, did we put any money into the operating for the ditches and trails for summertime students? You and I sort of talked about we need a program to start working on our ditches and our trails. Did we put any money aside for that, or are we planning to?
Yeah, so within the operating budget, we continue to have funds allocated in there for contracted services and to continue with ditching as it relates to any of the trail networks and kind of maintaining and trimming those. What we're proposing within the operating budget this year is an additional request for another summer student. And that essentially is twofold. One, to help look after and maintain any of the trees that are being planted for watering, or recent construction projects to continue to water the sod to make sure that's in year 2, 3, 4, et cetera, that it's continuing to mature and take to the ground, but also then to offset and help support some of the trail areas that have overcome with growth over the years.
Thank you very much, Adam. Appreciate it.
So I've gotten to the other screen now. Doug or Jerry or Laura or Dave, do you have any questions for Adam? Okay. Seeing none. So does anyone else have anything else for Adam at this time? Okay, thank you then.
And I know we're close to 11 o'clock, but we only have one department left. I'm wondering if we could go ahead and do that before another break.
Yeah, it's 12 o'clock we're coming up to.
I mean 12. Yeah.
Yes, so you would like to do building and planning?
Well, it's the last one. Yeah.
And then Roxana has her wrap-ups.
Has her wrap-up, yeah.
Okay, so if people want to, if that's okay, we can go ahead to building and planning then. And we'll have Michelle give.
Okay, the goals and objectives for the building and planning. The first one is to receive the final approval for the 5-year review for the official plan to be consistent with the PPS and including amendments to the official plan with regards to the significant woodlands. And we're getting there. We're just about done with that one. Initiate the municipal comprehensive zoning review to be consistent with the official plan. So due to the COVID, with the delay of the official plan, that's kind of delayed the zoning as well, but hopefully we can get that underway this year. Implement software system that will allow for the online permit submission and permit tracking for the public. And it'll also incorporate the application of digital plans review and the mobile GIS system for the building and planning department. To complete the development charges and establish a bylaw for the municipality of Kincardine to be implemented for July 2021. So our current development charge bylaw takes us until July. So we have started that process and to be completed for July. Continue to update the consolidate site plan, the beach bylaws, etc. for bylaw, and complete the digitization of the files and transition to electronic filing system for the entire building department. So that's our property files. We're about 2/3 there. So hopefully that would get finished up this year. And then of course the stair replacement between the Huron Terrace and the lighthouse in conjunction with the retaining wall on at the harbor there as a project. Okay, next. Okay, the revenue is showing an increase of 10%. And then I guess I should just go to the surplus of 7%. Okay, the next slide. The building department revenues show an increase of 1,600 over the prior year. However, it includes a transfer from the reserve funds to offset the estimated deficit in the building department operating. In 2021, it's estimated that 107,000 will need to be transferred out of the reserve. In the prior year, it was 18,000. A lot of it is due to, the pandemic, of course, and the building permits. Although we continued to work throughout the year, a lot of the people put their projects on hold and are carrying on for this year. The department expenses include 14,000 for the software for the online permit project. Building and planning, planning and zoning revenues show an increase of 147,000 over the prior year due to the contribution of the reserve to offset the cost of the zoning bylaw. So it was budgeted for 2020, but due to the delay, we carried it forward and hope to get it going in 21. The planning expenses are projected to increase by 17,000 over the prior year, primarily due to the completion of the official plan increase. It also includes the additional 15,000 to do the development charges. So because the development charges crossed over 2 years, we did some last year, 2020, and now the remainder of it for 2021. Next slide. The bylaw enforcement costs are estimated to increase 7,000, primarily due to wages and benefits, as well as the inclusion of contracting costs required for property standards compliance, which are fully recoverable from the property owners. The municipal buildings revenues are decreasing by 42,000 due to the decrease in the estimated rent for the tenants at the MAC and the Underwood. A reduction of 25,000 is anticipated for the MAC and 25 at Underwood due to the leases. So we've listed some of the operating expenses for the municipal buildings. The MAC has decreased just due to last year there was some elevator repairs done. The locum houses, they're increasing by 13. We're doing some roof work, and the natural gas hookups. There's a couple new showers need replacing. And the society is funding 50% of the roof for the McKendrick House. The medical clinic operating expenses are budgeted to decrease by 28,000, and that's primarily because we did the work for the retaining wall this year. The capital budget for building and planning includes two items, one being the replacement of the lighthouse exterior stairs. They're not really the lighthouse stairs, but the exterior stairs that are beside to the east of the lighthouse. And then 30,000 for the medical clinic conversion to natural gas. And that includes the replacement of an HVAC system along with it. And that's it, if there's any questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Michelle? Don't see any on that screen. Oh, sorry. Bill, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Michelle. I'd like to put maybe the 225,000 for the stairs. We'll talk about that at capital budget time. Seems to be awful expensive to replace the staircase, but little do I know sometimes. The official plan, if we adopt it, let's say next month, how long before the county usually will give us a final approval? Does that take 2 months? Does that take 3 months? Does that take 10 years?
Yeah, we're hoping that it will take 2 months,
Okay.
if even, because we have had the county on board throughout the whole process of the official plan. So so we're assuming that, you know, we're in line with what they're looking at. So it's just a matter of bringing it forward to them for approval.
Great. Just a couple more questions. I noticed that Underwood, and you said the MAC building also, we're losing tenants left, right, and center. The Underwood building is a little bit more, going to be a little more difficult to rent out. Are we seeing anybody interested in those, or do you think those are going to be vacant for most of 2021?
And I guess I would defer that to either Sharon or Roxana. They look after the tenants of the buildings.
I think, oh,
Okay,
sorry,
ahead,
do
Sharon.
you want to go ahead? I think that some are wanting to reduce their footprint, some of the existing businesses upstairs at the MAC, due to, you know, the pandemic and the fact that they have more people working remotely and things like that. And I'm not sure the reasoning behind not using Underwood anymore. So I think we're going to have to start to look to promote those types of buildings to attract new suppliers into them. That being said, we are hearing from our real estate agents. I know you were on our economic development committee meeting last night, saying that they're talking to people all the time who are looking for space. So I think we just need to make those connections and really try to get people filling the spaces.
Great. Thanks, Sharon. Faster we can make more revenue. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Or Michelle? Questions? Okay, so we are finished and people have asked for a break around every hour. So we can take another break right now for five minutes or so. Okay, thank you. So we're missing Councillor Kennedy. Are you here now?
I'm here, sorry. Yep.
Okay, good. And so I saw
Just adjusting
Jerry.
my beard, making sure my beard looks all right.
That's important. So I think we have nearly everybody back. Yeah. Okay. So Roxana, we're at operating budget variances.
Okay. So this, the purpose of this reconciliation is to really show you, if you're asked the question, well, what is the main reason for the increase in the tax rate of 3.8% and how do we reconcile that? So the purpose of this spreadsheet is to do that. It looks at the 2020 operating budget and compares it to what we've now included in the 2021 operating budget, kind of backing out the user funded portion and arriving at the tax rate impact. So if you go down line by line, you could see like reserve fund transfers are a total amount of $749,000 higher than 2020, but the tax funded portion of that is $571,000. So that would include your life cycle, your additional life cycle transfer to reserve funds, as well as other transfers such as the fire fleet reserve fund transfer as an example. So if you go down, you'll see that I've put it in order of expenses and revenues that all impact the budget from highest to lowest. So the next would be the salaries, and you have group insurance and benefits and WSIB. And we've got our COVID materials and supplies that are included in there, all the way down until you start seeing some of the favorable impacts, such as the OPP contract costs that have gone down and our savings that we're realizing in the fuel and propane. So all of that comes to a net expenditure increase, tax funded portion, almost $1 million. So it's 6% tax rate increase. But then that's also offset by the revenues. So any decrease in revenue, so from the OMPF funding decrease, that's 48,200, which is a tax rate impact of a 0.3% increase. And then you're offsetting it with other costs, with other changes in your revenue. So overall, the total tax funded operating budget increase is just over $1 million. And if we did nothing to mitigate that, it would be 6.8% on the tax rate that would be required. But here, so what we've done to reduce that impact is we've added in the Safe Restart grant funding for COVID-19 of around $100,000. This is just the tax portion. Like I said, this doesn't include the new information that we received the other day of the 75,000. So that would be included in there going forward, as well as the tax mitigation reserve fund contribution that we've reduced the overall impact to basically to get to a 3.8% tax rate increase. So that's how that all reconciles. So maybe before I go to the next slide, I just want to know if anyone had any questions on this slide.
So are there any questions? Oh, okay, Randy?
With respect to the, I guess we don't know what our surplus is, correct?
No.
From last year.
Correct.
And just curious, because if we'd have known, do we have a surplus? Yes. And is it X number of dollars? Yes. And I know that past years we've put it into the life cycle, but might have been a good opportunity this year if we knew roughly what it was to put some of that money towards offsetting the 3.8. Just my thoughts.
So just to clarify that our policy requires us to transfer any operating surplus into the contingency reserve, not the life cycle reserve fund. And the contingency reserve would have either our surplus, or if we had a deficit at the end of the year, we would transfer funds out of that contingency reserve to offset the deficit so that we don't come into the new year with a tax rate increase. And we do draw on the contingency reserve throughout the capital budget as well, which we will talk about more in the next budget meeting. So.
Okay. All right. Good for us all to know. Was there anyone else at this point had a question for Roxana?
Okay. So moving on to just wanted to provide an overview of the 2021 capital projects that have been included in the budget. And this is just a illustration of how they're all funded. So the total cost of all of the capital projects is $12.6 million. with the majority 3.4 or 3.5 million being funded out of the Life Cycle Reserve Fund. And then the next highest would be the Water and Sewer Reserve Fund at 2.7 million. And then you could see going down the list kind of where the money's being drawn out of. So this is just a high level summary overall, just to show you that. And I also wanted to include some historical review of the capital budget and how we've been spending over the years. I showed this slide last year. So it shows us back in 2015, our annual spending was just under 4 million. And you can see we've been steadily increasing our capital spending over the years. In 2020, we peaked at 25 million. And of course, some of those projects are still ongoing and are being carried forward into 2021, but it's decreased quite a bit for 2021 at 12.6 million. So the draft capital budget that you've seen includes a withdrawal from the Life Cycle Reserve Fund of just under 3.5 million. And because we're contributing the 3.8, it leaves us a net contribution of $316,000 into the Life Cycle Reserve Fund. So even though we're raising the tax rate by 3% to contribute that additional amount into that fund, we are drawing on it as well, and that means we're only increasing it by roughly $300,000 in 2021. So at the end of the year, the forecast is that we will still have $3.25 million available in that Life Cycle Reserve Fund to be used on all future capital projects going forward in 2022. I wanted to show the 5-year capital plan that was developed by department heads. And as you can see, this is just showing 2022. On the list is $28 million budgeted for next year, sorry, for 2 years from now. And then you can see every year's 2023 is 15 million, and it's kind of tapering off. Now, as you go further on into the years, the estimates are a little bit more vague, and so there may not be enough information in there to be able to put some of the projects into the budget for a 5-year plan. But you can at least see what's coming up for 2022. I just wanted to go over some of the charts for the Life Cycle Reserve Fund, just to, again, you could see the history. So in 2012, as you know, we did not contribute any funding from the tax base into reserve funds. We established the Life Cycle Reserve Fund in 2012, and we've been gradually increasing our annual contributions so that now we're in 2021, and overall what we've put into it has been 18.6 million. Not to say that that money's there, but we've used it for capital projects along the way. So 18.6 million is what we've put into that reserve fund over time. And this chart just shows the changes to our reserve funds over a long period of time, just so you can kind of see where we were back in 2009. We had about 20 million in total in reserve funds. And right now we're about 27 million. I just find the interesting part on this chart is that the discretionary funds, the funds that we can use for, pretty much anything council chooses, is the blue section. And that is what's decreasing over time, whereas our water and sewer has been increasing because over that time we've implemented the full cost recovery model and we've been contributing to the water and sewer reserve funds. It's the discretionary funds that we need to continue to increase to be able to use for all of our infrastructure and assets. And the yellow is the obligatory reserve funds, and a lot of that would be the development charges, which were not in place, I don't think, to the extent that they are now back in 2009. So that's why you see the yellow increasing as well. And this chart just summarizes that in a different way, where it's showing the annual contributions in green of what we're putting in every year into the Life Cycle Reserve Fund and what our actual balance in blue of that same reserve fund is. So like I said, at the end of 2021, we'll have 3.25 million available for future years. I just wanted to also talk a little bit about long-term debt. So the municipality records all debt repayment amounts in the operating budget. And in the operating budget, we've included 1.2 million for all of our debt charges for 2021. There are a couple of projects that council has committed to in 2020, and that one of them being the Huron Terrace pumping station project for 8.6 million. We do have debt charges included in the 2021 operating budget. However, we haven't actually borrowed the funds just yet, but we are, spending that money internally because we do have additional cash. So up until we probably will start executing that debenture in early 2021. And same with the 9 and 21 business park development. We do have some of the paperwork in place to be able to draw on debt if we need to, which just we've been holding off for the time being. So municipalities have the authorization to incur long-term debt for municipal infrastructure as long as our annual debt repayments do not exceed 25% of net revenues. And that's all provided, that information is provided to us through the annual repayment limit of the ARL statement. So our ARL statement for 2020 from the province indicated that we are using 2.3% of net revenues to service debt. In 2017, we adopted a self-imposed internal debt limitation policy where we're limiting our debt to 10% of net revenues. So that's below the 25% provincial mandate. So I just wanted to show Council some of our figures here for comparison purposes. So as you know, we participate each year in the BMA municipal study, and that's basically that contains data for 110 participating municipalities to allow for benchmarking and comparative analysis. So of the municipalities that participate in that study, there's 28% of them that have a population of less than 15,000 and 48% that have a population of less than 30,000 altogether. And so as you can see, as we've been adding on to the debt over, I guess, 2020 and what's projected for 2021 based on what has already been committed to in the 2020 budget, you could see that our debt per capita has steadily been increasing, and it increases quite significantly in 2021, assuming that we undertake all of the debt for the Huron Terrace pumping station, which we intend to do. Per the BMA study, you could see that the average is $715 per capita and the median is $464 per capita. And so the municipality of Kincardine is anticipated to be quite higher than that. So we're $1,414 per capita. For our debt outstanding as a percentage of revenues. So this is another metric that's used. It identifies the percentage of annual operating revenues that would be required if we were to retire the municipality's net debt. So this is a key indicator that's used when assessing debt burden. So our own municipal debt management policy has a target not to exceed 55%. And based on the 2021 calculation, we are going to be sitting at 56%. The average as per the BMA study was 37.9% and the median is 32.9%. So this is a little bit concerning since we are already over the limit that we've set internally for ourselves. And this final metric is the debt service costs to own source revenues. So our internal policy has established a maximum limit of 10%. Here we are below that threshold. We're only at 3.8%, an increase since in 2020 it was 1.5%. The average is 5.2% and the median is 4.6%. So I guess what I was trying to show is just the overall limitations that we might have with respect to borrowing. I know that it's tempting to say that interest rates are low and therefore it's okay for us to take on additional debt. However, a council has to be aware that any sudden large increases in our future debt service also decreases the municipality's flexibility and ultimately may be too much for the community to absorb. So when we are considering capital projects and borrowing, we really need to be mindful of projects that are considered to be high priority and critical in order to continue providing our municipal services. And just a final point that the 2021 budget does not include the addition of any new debt the way it's presented. And that is the conclusion of the budget. If there's any more questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions, Laura?
Roxanne, I have two. I note on the first graph, I think you had the increase in our capital expenditures. As a curiosity, I wouldn't mind seeing what our, say, 2012 to 2020 line would be like for operating based on just expenditures, not how they're funded, but what our budget is. Has it increased? Is it the same linear increase. It's not important. It's just an interesting thing for me. And then the other was the debt per capita, the 2.3, which I think is very close to the final slide you showed. But from the BMA report, yes, this is the one. You've got us at Kincardine at 1,400, which seems high per capita. But what would the we've got our Kincardine 2.3%. What would the average and median be based on operating expenditures as the percentage?
Oh, you mean to bring back at a future date?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not looking for it now.
Yeah.
Not at all.
All right.
Shelby is scribbling away on. I'm. It's just a curiosity thing for me because if everybody else at say 715 as the dollars is at 6% as a percentage of operating, then all of a sudden our 1,400 doesn't look as bad in my mind. Do you see what I mean?
No. Sure. I can provide those figures to you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Is there another question here? Bill?
Thank you, Mayor Edie. Great presentation, Roxana, and it's very sobering too. I guess we've been borrowing money, and I know money's cheap, but there is a limit how much we want to borrow because the debt payment comes out of comes out of taxes every year. So we don't want to get ourselves so restricted that 10% of our taxes going towards debt. Fully understand. The question I have is actually two questions. Our future capital cost projected for 2022 is 28.2 million. So that's going to be something hard to swallow next year. But the real question I have is our life cycle fund. I know that we put money in, we're taking money out. It's going to increase a bit to 3.25 million. And what I really want to know is, you know, we're talking to the fire department, we're talking about the fleets in our public works and everything. Can you sort of tell me, and you don't have to tell me today, but what should our life cycle fund be at to really service us for the next 5 to 10 years? Double? Triple?
Yeah, that's a difficult number to arrive at, and that's hopefully something that we'll get more information on when we finish or finalize our asset management plan, because really we should be looking at the age and condition of all of our assets and determining how much to be putting away every year. So we already know that based on the 2016 asset management plan, we're underfunded significantly. I just can't remember what that number was. I feel like it's 7 million, but I could be wrong. So we know we're low. It's just what that number should be driven by the asset management plan. So hopefully that'll be coming forward soon.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see anybody there or here. So I think we're good. If there are no other questions regarding the budget report, I just want to say at this time, I really thank Roxana and her staff. We have Shelby sitting over here, and I know she's playing quite a important part as well. And all the staff involved. It takes everybody putting this together. Yes.
I just remembered I wanted to mention the position request because with respect to the customer service representatives for Parks and Recreation, I believe we needed pre-budget approval for those positions. I believe the contractor council only approved those positions up until the end of the calendar year. So as of January 1st, we would have nobody there.
So that's something we need to do today.
I think so, yes.
Okay. I saw that. Is it online? I don't have the sheet in front of me. I think I saw it online.
Came in your email.
It's in the blue folder. Blue folder.
Your virtual blue folder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of remember it. If Roxana, if you just want to outline those positions for us. Oh, you've got one. Thanks. Okay. Since it's Karen's department, so Karen, if you could just give us a little report on that, and we can take action. Otherwise, you don't have people for staff beyond the 31st.
Okay, thank you. So the customer service staff are responsible for screening and taking the information of everybody who comes into the Davidson Center. So, which is crucial to fulfill the public health and COVID requirements. So we need to keep these people working at least for as long as COVID-19 is in place and this requirement is required. Once that is lifted, the position would then, the recommendation we're giving is it would revert to a customer service representative who would work evenings and weekends. So we did outline 3 options so that council had things to go by. The first one was, again, no crystal ball, but assuming that COVID would be running throughout 2021 and we would require this position for the entire year, they would be required for 3,900 hours. Option B, COVID-19 only continues for half of 2021, and then the restrictions are lifted with customer service taking place for the remainder of the year. And option 3, again, is saying that COVID-19 would continue for the first quarter of 2021, and then the person would revert back to the customer service role. So those are the 3 options that council can consider.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Karen on this or comments? Okay, yes, Councillor Kennedy, did you have something?
No, I didn't. No, just I think Karen was the option 1. I think, you know, I had one picked out. I don't have it on my screen, but is that the one you prefer, option 1?
Option 1 is assuming COVID-19 is going to be happening for 2021 and we'll need that position for the whole year.
I think that's the safest one to go with now. It can always be adjusted the other way, you know, but I think that when I read them this morning, that's the one that I like the best, but I'll let everybody else comment. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Stewart, did you have?
These are part-time people, I assume, so they're only on contract for whatever days we decide to use them. Is there no other additional full-time staff that we could substitute? Because are they all working away, or is there any sort of balance that we might be able to bring a couple of full-time people and cover some of these shifts? Because you're asking for what, 5 part-time contract people, is that correct?
We currently have 5 contract staff who have other jobs, so they just work here part-time, 20 hours a week, perhaps. The rest of the staff, I mean, they're in the pool lifeguarding, or they're in the office, or they're flooding the ice. So I really don't have any spare staff that can handle those duties when they are doing it.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Any other comments? So, I mean, I would be very hopeful, that we could say half of 2021, but I think realistically, from what we're hearing and the vaccine rollout, is probably going to take much of 2021, and we will just probably need the first option A, and so I'm unless anybody has any other comments, we could start with half, I guess, and then adjust it. We could look at it in June. So what are council's wishes? Maureen?
I think option 1 is correct. We need to have the money in the budget in case we use the whole year, and we'd have to take the money somewhere else if we set the budget with only half a year's funds in it.
Okay, Bill, and then Doug.
I'm sorry, option A was what, 78,000 or 68,000? I'm looking at I have option 1 and option 2 on the blue folder. Karen, just help me out here.
Option 1 is the 3,900 hours. What does it say on the sheet?
And I think it's about 78,000. Is that correct? Or am I wrong?
78,600, correct.
May I recommend, I know that we have an additional, and I believe that Roxana was saying that we have 75,000 coming to us in the next phase of the COVID-19. Maybe we use that money towards this. I mean, it's a direct comparison. It seems to be the right money for it. And we don't need it. I guess it just comes back to us anyways, but I maybe say that the 75,000 is not in the budget right now, and this isn't in the budget, so maybe we do a trade-off.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, if the plan was anyways to include the 75,000 to the department that is most impacted, then it would be allocated to the recreation department regardless, whether it's offsetting those programs that have the $230,000 impact on the budget this year, or whether it's offsetting these labor costs, essentially all the same.
Thanks, Roxana.
Okay. So I think we've got the motion and the recommendation, so we'll have it now.
Get a mover in a second.
Yes. Okay. I'll get a mover and seconder. Moved by Doug, second by Maureen.
Could I? Yeah, I was just going to add that. Karen,
sorry, Doug.
Yeah, I had something. I had my hand up there. But that's all right.
It got lost in your beard, I think.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, anyways, but oh no, just through Colleen and Karen, everybody should know that they hired 5 people and it's going really well. They're really satisfied with the people they hired, and people should know that. So, that's a real positive that's come out of this. So, but that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
So the motion would be that the committee of the whole recommend that council approve option 1 for customer service staff for 2021.
And the
sorry to interrupt.
There, Jen.
Pardon?
Yeah.
And
I
the
didn't hear
COVID
the whole motion.
and the COVID-19 money will be allocated to recreational needs.
Yeah. Can we just sort of balance that off, Jen, if you don't mind, and say, instead of option 1, 78, and then we have to figure it out, we got another 3,000. Why don't we just put it for 75 for right now? And Karen, if you need more money down the way, the 3,000, come and talk to us. That would just balance the books a little easier for now.
Okay, so we're going to say that the committee of the whole recommend that council approve 75,000 for the customer service staff for 2021 and offset that with the COVID-19 relief fund.
I think it should be the 78,000 personally. If I'm making the motion, I'm not switching it to 75. 78. That's what it is. So somebody else can make the motion because it doesn't make any sense. That's what option 1 was. So, anyways.
Yeah, it'll cover the 78.
Yeah.
I agree as seconder. 78.6.
Okay. So all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? And the motion carried. Right. So next on our agenda is the Saugeen Valley Conservation, and we have Jennifer with us from Saugeen Valley. And so we'll welcome her. Some of us haven't met you, Jennifer. If she's coming on, we'll wait for a minute. Stevenson, right?
Stevens, actually.
Stevens.
There. Yes, that's correct.
Stevens.
So
I don't know if she has a son or not.
I've just been led by Jennifer to be a panelist, I believe the designation is. So thank you very much for the opportunity to, I believe you mentioned before I joined that this is the first time I am speaking in front of council, so please allow me to introduce myself as Jennifer Stevens, and I joined the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority in June as their new general manager, secretary, treasurer, and it has been a busy and unique 6 months. So I will be presenting to you today on the proposed 2021 budget. And I'll also briefly discuss the recent amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act. With the impact of COVID-19 being felt by the public, as well as government and businesses, every effort was made to keep the increase to the municipal levy low across our jurisdiction. This draft budget provides for a municipal levy increase of 1.6% over the 2020 levy, and represents a dollar increase of $27,570. For the municipality of Kincardine, however, the increase in the dollar value, for the year 2021 from 2020 is just over $2,000 at $2,216. Next slide, please. I want to give you a little bit more context for why conservation matters before we delve into the remainder of my slides. Our story of conservation actually begins in rural watersheds like the Saugeen Valley watershed, where deforestation for agricultural land uses led to erosion, allowing for runoff and flooding as well as drought. Conservation organizations then came together to address the environmental conditions at the time, and the result was the Conservation Authorities Act, which was passed in 1946. So in fact, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority is celebrating its 70th year this year, moving into 2021, of course. Hopefully we'll have a celebration. Now, of course, the mandate of conservation authorities are to conserve, restore, or develop natural resources of the watershed. But it was after the most famous hurricane in Canadian history, Hurricane Hazel, the Conservation Authorities Act was then amended to include powers to control waters, to prevent floods, and also pollution. Next slide, please. The key to conservation authorities is our being able to do our work on a watershed basis. That means we're able to transcend municipal boundaries and potentially different opinions. This makes us a unique entity in Ontario, but also across Canada. Good land management equals good water management, and one cannot happen without the other. Next slide, please. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority's overall flood management program encompasses both non-structural approaches designed to keep people away from our water and structural approaches which are designed to keep water away from people. The flood forecasting and warning program is an important element of this overall flood management program, and the purposes of our flood forecasting and warning program include to relay routine information concerning watershed river conditions to selected agencies as well as your municipal officials, but also to provide rapid advance warning and technical support to concerned officials and to citizens who live in properties that are adjacent to waters that could be endangered by floods. The revenue sources for this department are budgeted to be 80% from the general levy, as well as approximately 20% from a provincial grant that's provided to us on an annual basis. Next slide, please. The purpose of our water quality department is to establish baseline water quality data. In addition, we use the information that we collect on an annual basis to observe trends, which then allow us to assess the effectiveness of our watershed programs. To be able to complete our water quality assessment, we conduct groundwater, surface water, and biomonitoring sampling to help characterize the status of the water resources in our jurisdiction. This department is fully funded by a municipal levy. Next slide, please. The structural approaches of the flood management program are about keeping people away from the water. These structures include dams used to control the flood of frazzle ice, dikes to restrict flows to the proper channels, and channel works to protect slopes from erosion. Our existing flood and erosion control infrastructure is actually inspected annually to ensure their integrity in fulfilling one of their key mandates: the prevention of loss of life, property damage, and social disruption from flood and erosion processes. In recent years, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry's annual grant has been reduced by 50%. The Water Management Department is funded by general levy as well as by special levy to specific benefiting municipalities. Next slide, please. Environmental stewardship refers to efforts made to protect the environment and also to identify and mitigate the potential environmental repercussions of the particular activity. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority's programs and services with respect to environmental stewardship fall into three groupings. The first is community support and partnership, where we work together with community organizations to in fact carry out a number of projects or programs that are specific to their individual needs, but also meet the needs of the authority and achieve our mandate. The second group are project funding support. For example, the authority has recently partnered with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization to create a water well improvement program intended to protect groundwater aquifers across our watershed. And last but not least, we also maintain and improve outreach to the agricultural community. We take part in and organize such events as the Coffee, Crops, and Donuts event, which allows various farmers with special interests to come together and discuss their practices, and also to understand how we could work with them to implement stewardship practices on their properties. Arbor reserve funds are generally used to cover specific project costs for this department. Next slide, please. Through environmental planning and regulations, the authority protects the people from the environment and the environment from the people. The authority ensures that the natural environment and natural hazards are respected, protected, avoided, and accommodated through our regulation under the Conservation Authorities Act. And it's through this regulation that permits are reviewed and issued for development taking place in vulnerable areas within our watershed. This department is most likely to be the most impacted by recent changes to the Conservation Authorities Act. General levy, as well as revenue from non-levy sources, will support this department in 2021. Next slide, please. The conservation education program is quite extensive at the authority. We assist in the organization of regional events such as the forest and water festivals. We carry out local outreach such as the Yellowfish Road program and conduct our own educational programming. The authority assists watershed residents in acquiring the knowledge, the skills, and the commitment needed to make informed decisions. Funding in this department is approximately 65% of the general levy, and the balance from various program users and Bruce Power. We're fortunate to have some wonderful supporters, corporate sponsors for this particular program. The general levy required to fund this department is similar to that in 2020. Next slide, please. Our forest management department has three main programs and services. Our tree planting program, the managed forest tax incentive program for authority properties as well as private landowners, for which our forest management department provides expertise with the preparation of these plans, as well as the review of these plans. We are also actively involved in tree marking and tendering our properties, as well as the maintenance and improvements of our authority forested properties. And we have about 8,000 hectares. So a good portion of our conservation areas, for example, as well as we have individual tracts of forest that fall within our jurisdiction. The revenue source in this particular department is derived exclusively from the sale of forest products from authority-owned properties and from services provided to landowners, such as tree planting, tree sales, spraying, and forest management. Next slide, please. As many of you know, on December 8th, amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act were passed by the Ontario Legislature.
Oh, really?
These amendments will limit the critical role of conservation authorities in protecting people and their property. That's fine. It's the right slide. As well as the environment. The environmental community is certain that these amendments will have detrimental impacts from a number of perspectives. Some of the concerns from environmental groups as well as conservation authorities across the province include the ability now to prescribe standards and requirements for non-mandatory programs and services at each conservation authority. The minister can now order a conservation authority to not issue a permit, but the minister has the power to issue instead without the conditions that would generally be attached to a permit issued by a conservation authority. There are now multiple avenues to appeal a decision made by the conservation authority. For example, now a proponent can actually go to the minister or the local planning appeal tribunal, where there was already an existing mechanism for which a landowner could appeal a decision that was rendered by the conservation authority. Now we're complicating matters by having three. Last but definitely not least, the minister also has the authority now to create a new regulation, which could be related to a ministerial zoning order, which would mean that a number of processes could be fast-tracked, and there would be a loss of the watershed focus in terms of the decision that the conservation authority would be making, as opposed to a decision that would be made by officials in Toronto. So with that, there continues to be a legitimate concern with these amendments, but we currently do not have the enabling regulations which will operationalize or implement the Conservation Authority Act amendments as of yet. We have been told that they will be released in 2 cohorts. One was to be expected by the end of this year, so a couple more weeks. And we're hoping that there will be consultation involved in the review of the proposed regulations. So that would be a more robust opportunity for stakeholders to provide insight with respect to the development of those regulations. So with that, thank you, Mayor Edie and Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today about the proposed budget, and I'd be pleased to address any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I know some of us that aren't on the Conservation Authority, we're really wondering about these changes, and so I'll open it up to members of council to ask any questions or make any comments. We have anybody? Yes, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Couture. You're on the authority.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Edie. And Jennifer, welcome to our council. I sit on your council quite a bit, but thank you very much. And just to let the other council members know that Jennifer's brand new, not so new, but joined us 2020 and is the new general manager. Unfortunately, she's had to hit the ground running very fast, Jennifer, and you've done a great job, and thank you. I know we were going to do an amendment or a motion, but it's a little late to do that. But you did have our support of the council against this Schedule 6 and part of the Bill 108. But I also wanted to talk to you just on the side, as the Prime Minister has promised us 2 million tree planting over the next decade and put a budget number of 3.2 billion. So maybe we need to tap into the federal government, tell them we'll be their official in Bruce and Gray or wherever we can in definitely our watershed, that we'll plant as many trees as possible if he's willing to give us $5 a tree or $10. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could I?
If you want to reply, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Mayor Edie. I did want to encourage the council to reconsider their adopting the resolution that was in fact circulated to municipalities. Given the short timeline between when the legislation was in fact tabled and passed, it was only a period of 34 days, I believe. So it was very, very tough to really operationalize all of the municipalities across the province. But certainly the messaging I've been providing our municipalities that have not passed the resolution but desire to support the resolution is to in fact have that on record, because the umbrella organization of conservation authorities called Conservation Ontario is tracking where we're getting resolutions. So that will help us perhaps not only with the regulation discussions and the consultation that we're hoping ensues as a result of the continued, I would say, disagreement with what is contained within the Act in terms of its amendments. But also, there is also, when something has been created in terms of legislation, there's always a possibility for repeal in the future. So certainly, I leave that decision up to you. I do recognize that it has been passed, but if there is general support among your council, it might be a decision you want to pursue.
Thank you. I'm definitely interested, but I'll go to Councillor Couture first.
I was just saying that it's not too late. We can do it. And I would encourage council to put that on the next agenda. And if you have any questions about the actual regulation, now's the time to ask Jennifer. I'm sorry, the legislation, but we're not too happy about it for sure.
As far as process goes, could we do it today when she's here? Is it possible to do it?
Mayor Edie, it's Bill here.
Yes.
I think Jennifer, our clerk, might have a motion already. Jennifer,
Yeah.
are you there?
Yeah, I do have the motion from that Saugeen Valley sent to us.
Perfect.
Here.
Could we use that one, Mayor Edie?
Sure. I just want to ask a question first. I'm very concerned about the loss of watershed focus. You wouldn't know this, but I was on the executive of Saugeen Valley for at least 6 years. I think I was on maybe more years altogether. But and through some of my volunteer work, I also worked with Maitland Valley because there was an overlap when I was with here in Kinloss and the Pine River watershed, and then with the Penetangor watershed here. I think the watershed focus is so crucial, as well as the protection of people and property and flooding, etc. A lot of people don't realize what's involved. The conservation authorities that I've been involved with have done an excellent job, and I'm very concerned that we lose this watershed focus, because you have to look at your whole watershed, and also decisions going to Toronto. I think our environment, as we have more and more pressures in this area for growth, it has to be balanced with needs of the environment. And so I just want to ask you, how would watershed focus change? Is it just because it doesn't matter, it's going to the decision is going to be by the minister without giving due process to the whole overall picture of a watershed? Is that what it's going to result in?
Well, thank you, Mayor Edie, for first of all, really going to the heart of the matter, because absolutely this is the critical point in this particular amendment or set of amendments, is that in putting forward a number of the amendments, the province is actually taking away from the watershed focus and taking the power away from the Conservation Authority, whose express purpose in terms of their design in 1946 was actually to have a more holistic look at everything happening in the watershed. So that means that whatever's happening in West Grey, how is that going to impact Southampton? And that's not just with obviously big scale projects, but just even the smaller scale developments, looking at flooding and how with increased amounts of water, there's more flow, and obviously that flow has to go somewhere. So certainly that from an integrated watershed management perspective, which is of course the practice or approach that conservation authorities strive to and succeed in implementing, these particular amendments could create a lot of challenges, because we could then see the province making decisions that are fragmented, and because the province has the ability to unilaterally make these decisions without the Conservation Authority providing input, they will be in a position to perhaps not consider that local knowledge, which would have allowed a more informed decision.
Thank you. I know it's a long, involved topic, but I did hear one comment that when there was a big flood out west, if they'd had conservation authorities with their expertise, the flooding damage would have been a lot less, etc. Or with high water levels, people always want to build close to the water until they discover a few years later the water rises. So one more comment or two, and then we'll pass our resolution. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. With that, I do have two comments. The first is with respect to your mentioning floods in the West. I worked for the province of Manitoba for a few years, and let me tell you, not having conservation authorities had made a tremendous difference, because we did not have the local knowledge to help inform how the waters were going to flow. Of course, working with the provincial government at the time, there's some information that's there, but what has worked in Ontario's favor is the fact that we have good governance right now. We have the local level with our municipalities and conservation authorities having the delegated responsibility for natural hazards, and then we have the provincial government and of course the federal government taking away that power goes to the heart of the Conservation Authority, and it in fact strips us of our ability to fulfill our role.
Okay, thank
you. The second comment I did want to mention is that I don't want to be remiss in not advising that there were changes to Schedule 6 before it moved away from standing committee. So at least one of our concerns was addressed at standing committee, and that was the concern that in the original proposed amendments, members had the ability, that is, members of the board of directors had the ability to act on behalf of their respective municipalities, and that has now changed. It's returned to the duty of members having to act with a full view to furthering the objects of the authority. So that is positive, because the last thing we need is people coming together with different foci. Whereas now, with everybody who should be bringing forward the interests of the authority, then we are able to fall back on good governance.
Thank you. Maureen, did you have one final comment before a resolution? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Mute there. I had trouble unmuting. I'm sorry. No, just that I'd be happy to move the motion. I think Bill would second it if that's okay.
Great. So we'll just read the resolution or the motion. Sorry.
What I'm going to suggest is that committee of the whole recommend that council consider the motion. It's a two-pager motion, and we'll read it in council, and you can consider it there. So the motion here would be that the committee of the whole recommend that council consider a motion from the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority on the council agenda regarding proposed changes to Bill 229, Protect, Support, and Recover from COVID-19 Act to the Conservation Authorities Act.
Okay. So all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? And that carried. Thank you. So thank you very much for your presentation, Jennifer. It's very important. You do great work. You have the expertise, and we all want your expertise to continue. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much for your time. And a Merry Christmas to all of you. I hope to be in touch in the new year as the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority is embarking on a strategic planning exercise. So all of you members of council will be engaged in that exercise. So I look forward to seeing you the next time.
Okay, thank you, and Merry Christmas from us all in the municipality of Kincardine. Yes,
and to you.
All right, thank you. Maureen, did you? Oh, you're just waving goodbye. All right. Okay. Okay. Thanks. So we're ready to adjourn our committee of the whole.
So this is moved by Doug Kennedy, seconded by Dave Kyler, that this committee of the whole adjourn at 1:13 p.m.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? And the motion carried. So next we go to matters of arising from committee of the whole, and I think we had one at least. We have two. Okay. Do you need movers and seconders? You're good?
Okay, so the first one is moved by, I'm just going to go down my list here. So moved by Doug Kennedy, seconded by Dave Kyler, that council approve $78,600 for the customer service representatives for the 2021 and offset the expenditure with the COVID-19 relief fund.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, it carried. And the next one?
In this one, we'll have moved by Maureen Couture, seconded by Bill Stewart. And this is the one from Saugeen Valley. So it's whereas the province has introduced Bill 229, Protect, Support, and Recover from COVID-19 Act, Schedule 6, Conservation Authorities Act, and whereas the legislation introduces a number of changes and new sections that could remove and or significantly hinder the Conservation Authority's role in regulating development, permit appeal process, and engaging in review and appeal of planning applications. And whereas conservation authorities protect residents' property and local natural resources on a watershed basis by regulating development and engaging in reviews of applications submitted under the Planning Act. And whereas the changes allow the minister to make decisions without SVCA watershed data and expertise and consistency with policy and guidelines. And whereas the legislation suggests that the minister will have the ability to establish standards and requirements for non-mandatory programs which are negotiated between the conservation authorities and municipalities to meet local watershed needs. And whereas SVCA and municipalities require a longer transition time to put in place new budgets as well as agreements for non-mandatory programs. And whereas the appointment of a municipal representative on Conservation Authority boards should be a municipal decision, and the chair and vice chair of the Conservation Board should be duly elected. And whereas the changes to the duty members contradicts the fiduciary duty of the Conservation Board member to represent the best interests of the Conservation Authority and its responsibilities to the watershed. And whereas conservation authorities have already been working with the province, development sector, and municipalities to streamline and speed up permitting, and planning approvals through Conservation Ontario's Client Service and Streamlining Initiative. And whereas changes to the legislation will create more red tape and costs for conservation authorities and their municipal partners and potentially result in delays in the development approval process. And whereas the province has made changes to the legislation that will limit the ability of SVCA to ensure compliance with the Act and our policies by not including stop work orders and modifying powers to enter property, potentially resulting in more legal action. And whereas all watershed residents and municipalities value and rely on the natural habitats and water resources within our jurisdiction for their health and well-being, as well as SVCA's work to prevent and manage the impacts of flooding and other natural hazards and to ensure safe drinking water. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Province of Ontario repeal Section 6 of the Budget Measures Act, Bill 229, and that the province continue to work with the conservation authorities to find workable solutions to reduce red tape and create conditions for growth. And further, that the province respect the current conservation authority municipal relationships. And further, that the province embraces their long-standing partnership with the conservation authorities and provide them with the tools and financial resources they need to effectively implement their watershed management role.
Thank you. Right.
Ow.
But it is very comprehensive, but needed. All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Any opposed? Hearing none, and that carried. Thank you very much. Now, just before we go into closed meeting, I think we won't have as many of staff available for closed meetings. So thank you again to staff. It's been a very informative session, and I want you to all have a Merry Christmas. I think this is our last meeting before Christmas, which is just a week away, and I want everybody to have a great break. It's been a long year, and we appreciate all you've done throughout the year to help us pivot, as they say, for COVID, do extra work, and get adjusted. I think we're in great shape going into 2021, even though COVID is still with us. I think we're very well organized, thanks to both council and staff's efforts. And so, if staff that are leaving us, if you want to leave, will we move into close then?
Okay, so this is moved by Dave Cowler, seconded by Maureen Couture, that council move into closed meeting for the purpose of considering labor relations or employee negotiations, market study, pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and further that council return to regular open meeting upon completion.
Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, we're in close. We'll just have to.
And just remember, we're going to the phone now, everybody.
Oh, yes.
We're taking a break, right?